Hi guys, it's Kino. Welcome to another video. So today's pick a card reading is going to be all about your journey to union with your person. Now, as for who your person is, this could be somebody specific whom you already have in your life, but you don't necessarily have to know who this person is or have met them yet. For example, you could watch this reading as your journey to union with your next partner or your future spouse or your soulmate who is out there and hasn't entered your life yet. So it will be very much up to you how you would like to use this reading, who you would like your person to be in this reading. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a romantic connection, although because most people would watch this reading for a romantic connection, there may be some messages of that nature that do come up. So if you do feel called to watch this reading with regards to a platonic connection, then there may be some moments where you would modify the messages to fit your situation or just omit romantic messages entirely. We are going to look at what is going on energetically right now between you and your person, and we're also going to look at the energy of your union so we can see how similar or how different that union energy is from your current energy, and then we are going to see your specific journey of how you will actually get into union with this person. So there are 4 groups for you guys to choose from today, and for each group we have a different crystal heart. I will show you each of these up close one by one, and please pick whichever one you feel drawn to the most. Number 1 is Dumortierite. Number 2 is Angel Aura Rose Quartz. Number 3 is Fluorite. And number 4 is Zebra Calcite. Okay, so as always, take all the time you need to pick. You can pause the video if you need to. I'm gonna go ahead and get started with number 1. Hi number 1s, so if you guys chose the Dumortierite heart, this is going, oh my gosh, okay, car horn. This is going to be your reading all about your journey to union with your person. For my group number 1s, I'm picking up on a couple of energies. There is kind of a distracted energy within this connection, so that could be you or your person who is feeling kind of distracted or feeling kind of scattered. And there's also a strong energy of apprehension. It's like someone deep down knows that they want to do something, but they just can't bring themselves to take that jump or take that action. And so they end up stuck. I think this is an analogy that I've used before, but it's like someone who is standing on the edge of a diving board and they know that ultimately they are going to jump, but maybe they just can't bring their body to do it, or they're stalling because they're scared. So they end up just standing on that edge like, and they're kind of stuck. And now that I talk about this, those two energies could actually go together, because maybe somebody is so preoccupied about this thing that they know they want to do it, they know they have to do it, but then there's all this debating going on in their head of like, should they do it or when should they do it? And they may be so caught up in that dilemma that they're getting distracted from other things in their life. So it would be like if someone can't focus at work because they're like, should I tell this person how I feel? That's just one example, of course, but it's like mentally I'm on that diving board. And so I can't focus on my day-to-day tasks. I'm thinking about this thing and whether or not I should do it, or like when and how I should do it, and it's consuming me. So there's that kind of vibe going on for one of you, or maybe it's even for both of you. Before we get into the cards, I've been feeling drawn to my pendulum recently, which is it's new. That's new for me, but we're gonna go with it. I just want to see if there's any messages for you before we get into the cards. So there is a message from your person. about this reading. And what is it that your person wants you to know about this reading before we get into it? 7. Okay, they're gonna be... Okay, this person, I don't know if it's that they have watched a reading about you or gotten a reading about you or they're going to, but I feel like they want you to know the feelings are mutual, in the sense that you have come to this reading because you want to know about them and you want to know about the connection. And in one way or another, they are doing the same thing. They are wanting to know more about you. They are wanting to know more about the connection. And there's something that they're doing to gather more information about you, whether that is literally that they are getting readings about you, or maybe asking around about you, or they're trying to gather information in some way similarly to you. Like they may be doing the same things that you are doing. We also have Pluto. So this person has been very, very deep in their thoughts about you. I think that you have changed them and changed their life. And I want to say that this is true regardless of how close you may be in the 3D. They definitely do feel your energy, and just knowing that you exist and knowing that you are out there, or knowing you as a person, if they do know you already, has been deeply transformative for them. Also, something they want you to know about this reading, and maybe it sounds weird for me, Kino, to be saying this, but there's probably going to be messages about big changes and big breakthroughs. And I think sometimes when you hear these kind of messages in readings, it can kind of be like, oh, sure, like you're just saying that there's going to be a huge breakthrough, but like nothing's going to happen. And I think your person's higher self wants you to know, like, no, like, why do I hear the word babe? Like, babe, we're on the precipice of a huge change. Like, please believe it. We're not just saying that, please believe it. You have to believe that change. It's literally happening right now. It's unfolding right now. So there may be some messages that come out that you feel are too dramatic to be true, or too intense to be true. Like, surely there's not such a big transformation happening, but yes, there is. And that's what your person wants you to know. And we also have the sign of Capricorn. There's potential for big change if we work hard and if we don't overthink things too much, is what they're saying. If we go for it, if we don't overthink too much and just keep believing that our hard work is going to pay off. I'm also noticing Pluto in Capricorn because Pluto is going to enter back into the sign of Capricorn for a few months in the year of 2024 before it enters back into Aquarius and stays there for good. I don't know the exact dates, but Pluto retrograde is going to last until, I think, like October or November of 2024. So I feel like your person is saying this is a time for us to get our shit together. And you know what, actually, I'm gonna make a note. No, I'm just gonna look it up now. When Pluto is in retrograde in the sign of Capricorn, assuming that you're watching this in 2024. If you're not, you can ignore me. But Pluto in Capricorn is very relevant right now. Okay, so it already is. Pluto will begin its retrograde cycle on May 2nd, where it will remain in retrograde until it stations direct on October 11th. So basically now through October, your person's higher self is saying this is a time for you guys to get your stuff together. And I'm hearing to do what life is asking of you. I feel like you both are going to be working your butts off, but you're doing work that is very rewarding and that is going to pay off. And they're saying if you just go for it, don't overthink too much, just do the hard work, know that this is not going to last forever, then we can reap some amazing rewards. One of you could you have Pluto in Capricorn? Maybe. I think that's a thing. when I'm like looking up as I go along. When did Pluto enter Capricorn? 2008? That's a little young. Okay, maybe maybe you don't have Pluto in Capricorn. But anyway, this period of Pluto retrograde in Capricorn, I think, is significant. And actually, maybe 2008 is a significant year for you. And then other things that could be relevant are Pluto in the 7th house, or Capricorn in the 7th house, which would be a Cancer rising. That's just for extra confirmation. It doesn't have to be, but I thought I would mention that. So now we are going to get into your cards. So this is what we're going to be doing with the cards today. We're going to start with these oracle cards to see what is going on energetically with you, with your person, and with the connection. And then we're going to see what the energies of your union are like, so that we can see how similar or how different it is from your current energy. And then we're going to look at the specific journey of how you will get into union. And that's going to include both your internal journey as well as your external journey. Then we do have an extended reading today where we are going to see whether your person in the 3D, so not their higher self, but their human self, do they currently feel or experience the connection with you? If yes, what is their experience of this connection? And if no, how will they get to that place where they recognize this connection? Then we are going to get an honest message from your person, an honest yes or no from your person. So it will be up to you to decide what you would like to ask your person, and they will say yes or no and provide the reason. And then we're also going to see any other significant events, places, or time frames pertaining to your union with your person. So that is the reading that we're going to do today. And without further ado, let's get into your cards. So these are going to represent you. These are going to represent your person. You may find that the energies are switched. So this is actually them and this is actually you. And that's totally fine. Honestly, there's a high possibility that you and your person are mirroring each other, so you could very well resonate with both sides. However, well, probably we're a while into the reading. Hopefully you can sense if this is your group or not, but if you don't see your energy anywhere here, then this may not be the group for you. So let's get into the cards for you. We have the Goddess of Trappist 1. And we have Saturn. Then for your person, we have the Goddess of Europa. I don't know why I said Europea. Maybe someone's European, but that's what Europa means anyway. And then we have the first house. And then for the energies in between you and your person, we have Salmon with the number 5. So your person was not lying when they said that big changes are coming. Faith, determination, independence, and change. So at this time, life may be asking some work from you and your person. It could be some work that you need to do on your own individually before you come together. But the main thing you need to know with this connection, as we previously saw and as it's being confirmed here, is that change is in the air, but it will require hard work and determination. You may come up against some adversities as you move towards this connection, just like the salmon when it's swimming upstream. I think that it's important to note that just because there's hardships in a path, it doesn't mean that it's not for you. Or just because there's challenges in a relationship or in a connection, it doesn't mean that that's not your person. As long as there's no like unhealthy dynamics of intentionally hurting each other or anything of that nature. You know, sometimes life does throw challenges your way. And I feel like what you need to know about this connection is that the challenges will be worthwhile. I'm also thinking of when salmon swim upstream, it's to lay their eggs, like essentially to have their babies. So kind of to come back home too, because, okay, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure salmon are born, well, no, that makes sense because salmon lay their eggs in fresh water. So the salmon is born in fresh water, goes to the ocean, and then when it's time, they swim back to lay their eggs. So there's a feeling of going out, venturing out, and coming back home. And I feel like this is a metaphor for you and your person. You ventured out, you faced adversities individually, and now it's time for you to come back home to each other, so to speak. And any hardships that you're facing in life right now, they are presenting an opportunity for change. I think that you are in the energy of embracing change because you have this number 41 here, which numerologically is a 5. So you are very much in the energy of change right now. You may be experiencing a lot of that in your life, some transitions that are welcome and some transitions that are hard or scary. You could be entering into a period of your life where many areas of your life are changing at once. And it's exciting, but it's also it could be a bit chaotic or a bit stressful. Like just the way, it's like for some of you, it's like you wanted all of these changes to happen, but could they at least have been spread out a little bit? Because dealing with all of this at the same time is just a lot. And I feel like you are in a phase of your life or entering into a phase of your life where the universe is going to be asking of you to be strongly disciplined and also to have good time management skills and good work ethic. It's like you're going to need this to pull through. You're going through a period of pretty hard work that life will generously reward you for in the end. Saturn definitely likes to put us through some tough tests, but Saturn really likes when we buckle down, honor our commitments, work hard, recognize our potential, hold ourselves to a high standard, and pull through. And Saturn will, without fail, reward us generously for that. I wonder if you could be going through some kind of transit with Saturn in your birth chart, but Saturn's energy is with you right now. Saturn wants to reward you. Saturn wants to reward your hard work. I also think Saturn could be here as a message that you have significantly matured in recent years. Perhaps even in the past year, you have matured so much and maybe you don't realize that. There's something about the current season we're in. So for example, if you're watching this in the summertime, Saturn is saying, look back to last summer and see where you were at, and you will see how much you have grown and how much you've matured. And he's saying, so I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that you can't do it. I don't want to hear that you can't grow or that you haven't grown or that you're not capable, because literally just look back to this time last year and you will see. You're being encouraged to give yourself more credit, I think, and you haven't seen your biggest successes yet. You haven't seen the best of your potential yet. You maybe think you have, but you haven't. You're still growing so much more. You're still doing so much more amazing things. And I feel emotional. I think your spiritual team is really, they're so proud of you already. And I don't know why I'm getting emotional, damn. Your spiritual team is so proud of you, and you may have a close relationship to Saturn, or maybe there's like, you have a passed on loved one who is a Capricorn or an Aquarius who's just really proud of you. And yeah, it seems like an ancestor of yours. And oh, we've been talking so much about your hard work paying off, and to this ancestor or to this passed on loved one, you are proof that their hard work paid off. The fact that you exist and the fact that you're living your life and you're out there being amazing that's how this ancestor knows, like, okay, my hard work has paid off, because look at group number 1. Like, I made that. Like, that's my descendant. I'm like, they're so proud. Ooh, that just made me really in my feelings. Also, sorry if I'm gonna be looking things up a lot during this reading, but sometimes I have to refresh my memory about these stars and planets and stuff. TRAPPIST-1. Oh, yes, okay. TRAPPIST-1 is a star with 7 known exoplanets. It lies in the constellation Aquarius, which is also ruled by Saturn. So, yeah, Saturn, Capricorn, Aquarius energy is coming up quite a bit for you, which could be like someone in your life, or you might have these placements, or it's just a sign of you really coming into your own and maturing. It is about 40.66 light years away from Earth. Good to know. TRAPPIST-1. Yeah. And the keywords that we have on this card are infinite possibilities, start with yourself, and remembering something important. It's interesting that this is like a whole other solar system. I feel like there's so much of yourself and your potential and your talents and your gifts that you, not only have you not discovered them yet, but maybe you cannot even conceive of them yet. There's a whole other solar system in your toolbox of gifts that you're not even aware of yet. And even Saturn, thinking of Saturn, for a very, very long time, humans only knew of the planets up to Saturn. Like, the planets up to Saturn were discovered in BC, I'm pretty sure. And then we didn't discover Uranus, Neptune, Pluto until relatively recently. So there was a period of centuries where we were just, all we knew was Saturn, 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 Saturn. And then suddenly, oh, there's more. And so even if you're in a period of your life where you feel like you haven't reached more significant milestones or reached more significant growth, or maybe you feel, I haven't made any progress in this connection, so this must be it, because nothing has advanced for weeks, months, years, whatever it might be. Surely if it's been this long, this is all there is and there's nothing left. But you still have the Uranus, the Neptune, the Pluto, and the other solar systems to discover. Maybe you cannot conceive of what's to come, and that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You just can't conceive of the future of this connection yet, but that doesn't mean that the future of this connection does not exist. You just have to keep going. So, for the energy of your person, they are the goddess of Europa, which I don't know if your person is European or has like ties to Europe, or maybe has the energy of a European deity with them or something like that. This is a moon of Jupiter, which I think you can see Jupiter in the background here. Let's see what the internet has to say. Because I feel like if I read about it, there could be a message for you in there. Europa, or Jupiter 2, is the smallest of the 4 Galilean moons orbiting Jupiter, and the 6th closest to the planet of all the 95 known moons of Jupiter. Jeez. It is also the 6th largest moon in the solar system. So the number 6 coming up a couple times, the number 95. It's also known as, I don't know if that's Jupiter 2 or Jupiter the 2nd, but it's Jupiter's moon. Jupiter is the planet of abundance and blessings. And so your person is like orbiting around abundance and blessings right now. Your person could be about to come into great success in their career. They could be about to come into a lot of money. They could be, in general, ready to expand their horizons and ready to learn about. This kind of feels like opening Pandora's box, which I don't know what that is. I probably should, but You don't know what's going to come out. They're opening the doors to a whole new world. So you both kind of have a common energy of there's so much that you've yet to discover. And maybe they are getting into readings and getting into spiritual stuff as like a new world that they're discovering. Their keywords are like as it already is, or as you want it, rainbow, and a wish coming true. And they have first house energy as well. So your person could very much be in an energy of self-discovery right now and discovering what they're passionate about or what they're interested in without judgment. And I think that this is also something that comes with age and maturity, because I think when you're younger, sometimes you're embarrassed about what you like because maybe it's not trendy or it's weird. People will make fun of you. So this person could have spent a lot of time either hiding their true hobbies, interests, and passions, or they didn't even know about them because they wouldn't even give themselves permission to discover it. And it's like they've reached an age or they've reached a point in their maturity where they're like, I don't care what people think about my hobby, or I don't care if people know I like this. Like, this is what lights me up. This is what I'm excited about. And so I think they're in the process of re-exploring, revisiting themselves, but this time without judgment. This time they're opening up the doors to their inner world without any expectation about what they should or shouldn't find. Whatever is there, I'm going to embrace it. Whatever is there, I'm going to enjoy it. Rediscovering and falling in love with themselves, basically. And I feel like they are going to discover something new very soon, or they've recently discovered something new that they are very passionate about and that they really closely identify with, and that they want to be a big part of their life. They've been doing a lot of work when it comes to radical self-acceptance and self-trust. Numerologically, they are in the energy of the Hermit, because this would be a number 9. So they are in a reflective energy, in an energy of soul searching. They may be kind of disconnected from the world around them right now and really going inwards, because next time they step out into the world, they want it to be intentional and they want it to be authentic. I'm hearing the word rebranding, but I don't think this is something they're doing intentionally. They're not curating a new brand for themselves, but they are scrapping the old one and letting the new one be whatever it wants to be. Like, I'm not curating myself anymore. I'm discovering myself. And so the new me is just going to be whatever I am, the most authentic reflection of me. So the next time you see this person, I'm hearing also the next time they post, the next time they step out into the world, it's going to be a version of them that you recognize a lot more, because you recognize this person's authentic energy very well. And so the next time you see them, or the next time you interact with their energy, you're going to be like, ah, yes, that's the person I know and love. Like, that's their authentic energy. And I feel like you're going to be so happy to see them embracing it. And there's something about them shamelessly or unapologetically talking about the things that they like, even if that seems out of character for them. And there could be people around them being like, oh, I never pinned you as, like, for example, let's say they come out and they're like, I'm on a spiritual journey. I'm really into tarot cards. That's just an example, right? And then you see people around them being like, oh, I would have never pinned you as someone who's into tarot. That's so interesting. And you're like, like I would, because you knew their authentic energy and what they must be drawn to. So their new passions or their new interests, the new things that they like, I don't think it's going to surprise you, but I do think it's going to be very refreshing to you, and you're going to be very happy for this person that they're taking the time to explore that, and like they're no longer hiding it. So, oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful energies all around. Okay, so we're going to pull some tarot cards now to see the energy of your union, so that we can see how similar or different it is. So on your side, we have the Page of Coins and the Hanged Man. On your person's side, we have the World and the Two of Cups. Okay. And then for the energy in between the two of you, oh my gosh, we have the Ace of Ankhs, which is the Ace of Swords. Okay. And I love that the energy of union is an ace, because it's like, your person really wants you to know that change and new beginnings are coming. And I feel like there's maybe a part of you that is in resistance to that message. Because with the Hanged Man, you've maybe felt stagnant or in a rut, or felt like things aren't changing. So surely that means things are never going to change. When you are in union with your person, the first thing that came to my mind with this Page of Coins is that you're going to have a different profession than you do now. Or for those of you who have multiple sources of income, your main source of income is going to be different than what it is now. So like the thing that's currently your main income source, your bread and butter, by the time you're in union with this person, that might more be off to the side, or maybe you don't even do it anymore. And then the thing that is now currently a passion project that you don't make money from is actually going to be your main source of income. Like your main source of income is changing, or you're in like a completely different profession altogether. But for many of you, I do think that it's something that you are already working on, or that you're already striving towards. Another message could be that, you know, you're working hard on something right now, and by the time you're in union with this person, it will be monetized. Like you will be making money off of it. Because there's some message about you working really hard on something and now it's paying off financially, and you're very excited. I think you would be very excited to know that this is now, you're now making a living from this, because maybe you didn't think that that was going to be possible. Like you didn't think that you'd be able to rely just on this thing to make a living. There's some message like that. But look at this person finding all these treasures and infinite possibilities. I'm also hearing you stopped setting goals, which is, that's maybe an interesting shift. I think you're in a place where you're so content and you have everything you need. You don't really set goals anymore, because like, I'm not really intentionally trying to go anywhere. I'm just trying to live my life. I'm just trying to enjoy my life. And if a big achievement or if a big milestone happens, that's awesome. But I think you've reached a point where you've achieved the big things that you want to achieve, and now you're like, I don't want for anything, I don't need for anything, and it feels good, you know. It's not an empty feeling of like, there's nothing to pursue. It feels good. I'm like, you're like, I'm vibing. That's kind of you're like, I don't need anything, I have everything I want. It feels very it feels contented. You're in this contented energy, and you're letting life live itself through you. I feel like this Hanged Man is actually an energy of serenity and an energy of surrender. And you just want to enjoy this phase of your life. You're not rushing to the next thing. You're not rushing for any more change, because it's like, I work so hard to get here. I'm in no rush to move on. I want to just like be here, and I want to just enjoy it. And so I feel like your energy of union with your person is also one of presence and not wanting for more and not longing for more. Being present in your current reality and contented with everything that you have. it's like I couldn't ask for anything else. I couldn't ask for anything more. It's very much like giving 9 of Cups. 9 of Cups energy, which is Jupiter energy, Jupiter in Pisces. Your person, so it's interesting that we were talking about like they could be expanding their horizons, and then we have the World. So your person's current urge to explore more and to expand their horizons, it's very likely to be one of the things that helps them come into union with you. So they're getting into something like learning about a new subject. They could be pursuing education, traveling, learning about new cultures, or just deepening their knowledge on a certain topic. That is going to be something that leads them to you. So they're currently becoming interested in a topic that maybe you are very knowledgeable about, or they're becoming very interested in the country where you live or something like that. Something about their new interest and their desire to expand their horizon and learn about it is gonna bring them right into your backyard. I don't know why it's a backyard, but that's, oh my gosh, sorry. Anyway, it's gonna bring them right into your doorstep. Gonna bring them right to you, okay? Falling right into your lap. Anyway, so isn't that an expression though? Like it's right in my backyard. Yeah. The World and the 2 of Cups are interesting to me because these are both cards in a love reading that I would, or in a relationship reading that I would relate to reciprocated feelings. Like this person feels the same way as you. And so that is something that they said right at the start of the reading, a message that they had for you, and something that I think they want to reiterate, that however you feel about your person right now is how they feel for you. Whatever you're longing for, it's what they're longing for too. I think that you and your person mirror each other very, very closely, and maybe more than you realize. Like, sorry, I have an itch in my throat. The things on that note, because I feel like that kind of scratchy throat stuff in a reading often relates to a closed throat chakra. The things that you want to say to your person but don't, the things you wish you could say but you hold back, they're probably withholding very similar words and similar sentiments. I also think that you have very, very similar or even exactly the same interests and passions, like the same things that light you up. And I think you both find each other to be geniuses, I'm hearing, and very talented. And your energy of union is one of full energetic reciprocity. So, you know, you hype them up and they hype you up just the same. There's something about attending each other's events. Like you always want to be there. Like I'm hearing like a proud parent. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I'm thinking of a proud parent that they're like, I go to all of my kids' recitals, and I go to their graduation, and I go to their soccer practice. Like I just want to watch them do what they do because I'm so proud of them. So, you know, I feel like whenever there's an accomplishment or a milestone in each other's life, it's like you're always going to be there. Or I guess an example of that would be like if your partner is an athlete and you go to all of their games. Maybe not all, well, maybe all of them. But it's like you want to be there. You want to go to all of their events, or you want to watch everything that they do, or you want to take them to your work Christmas party so that everyone can meet them. It can be events like that as well. You want to be at each other's events. You want to be in each other's lives. Like with the World, there's definitely a feeling of wanting to show each other off because you're very proud of each other and you want everybody to know that you're together. The world could also be something about a relationship being public, which that could be relevant to you in different ways, but it's like, for example, maybe you post about your relationship on social media, or like if one of you is in the public eye, or both of you are, people know that you're together. There's something about a relationship being public or official, and like you're both very proud of each other. And I think people really love you together as well. The fact that you're together is very inspiring for people. People think, I want to find a partner like that. I want to find my soulmate like that. And I think especially if people knew your story of how you came together, it would be even more inspiring for them. And I think that you show each other a lot of affection. You talk to each other a lot, which I think that's like, you know, you're frequently messaging through the day. Maybe you write each other little letters. Maybe you serenade each other. That's like you're constantly communicating to each other is how it's coming through. And it was these two little birds that made me think that. The two little birds in the tree. But also the fact that you have the Ace of Swords in the middle. I think that's also a big sign of communicating very clearly. And because I think you communicate with each other very clearly and directly, and you don't leave a whole lot unsaid. You really make sure to communicate everything, and because of that, your relationship can progress smoothly and maybe even progresses quickly because you just lay out everything on the table, and there's always that space to openly communicate. And I'm hearing it expedites the process. It makes things move more smoothly. So this could be a relationship where once you're together, it does progress quite quickly. And I think that your intellectual connection, the way you keep up with each other intellectually, the way you get each other's humor, the way you challenge each other, that's what makes you really attracted to each other. You might really like having debates with each other, not like you're arguing about the relationship, but about your different ideas and opinions, or you like challenging each other. That actually brings you closer together. That actually makes you more affectionate with each other. And also, I'm hearing solving problems together. I just saw a visual like of the two of you huddled around a computer because you can't figure something out. Like maybe the computer is broken, or the computer is like bugging, it's not doing what you want it to do, and you're both like, what's going on, and trying to fix an error together or make something work. And then when you finally make it work, it's like this bonding experience, and you're like, oh my god, like watching you fix that computer was so hot. Or like watching you figure out like how to troubleshoot, that was so hot. Like, I don't know, just your mind and working through problems together somehow makes your bond closer. That's an interesting specific message. So let's look at the specific journey. Okay, your specific journey of coming together with your person. So I am going to take reversals for this part. If we get an upright card, this will represent an external part of the journey. So an action that you're taking out in the world. If it's in reverse, it will represent an internal part of the journey. So some inner work, or, you know, a mindset shift or something like that. What is the journey of group number 1 into union with their person? So we have the Queen of Swords in reverse. We have the Three of Pentacles in the upright. We have the Page of Cups in the upright. And then we have the King of Wands in reverse. And at the bottom of the deck, we have the Knight of Swords in reverse, which I think this is like advice, the bottom of the deck. I think a piece of advice for my group number ones is to really stop thinking about time, thinking about like how much time has gone by or when something was supposed to happen. Because I feel like that's something that really trips you up and discourages you. Even going back to the previous message of like, you know, Saturn, well, it's been 500 years and we haven't discovered any more planets, so like surely there must not be any more. You know, using time like that as a way to determine what is or isn't going to happen in the future is going to be very inaccurate for you. I think in this connection and just in your journey in general, you know, like, oh, well, there hasn't been any developments in X amount of time, so there's not going to be any more. Or saying to yourself, oh my gosh, it's taken me this many months to finish a project, like I'm going too slow. Or just judging yourself based on how much time something takes or how much time has gone by, or how much you have done in a certain amount of time. There's something about thinking about time entirely too much. It could also be your age or other people's age, you know, comparing like, I'm this old and I've done this much and this person is this old, or my person is this old. My person has been doing this for this much time and I've only been doing it for this much time. Like, they're better than me. Like, comparisons based on time or judgments based on time is really not going to help you in your journey to union with this person. And I do think there's a need to slow down internally, because this is in reverse, to slow down internally and remind yourself, I'm exactly where I need to be. And whenever my time comes, whenever my breakthrough comes, that is when it was meant to happen for me. We have the Queen of Swords, which is about cutting away things that don't serve you anymore. And this is something that also needs to happen for you internally. Like, the first step of with you coming into union with this person is just mentally getting over something. There's like, you're wasting, and I'm not saying this like, well, maybe I am saying it to call you out, but I'm not saying it in a judging way, because like, freaking same. You're wasting so much mental energy worrying about shit that does not matter. That does not matter to this connection. That does not matter to your union. That does not matter at all. You're wasting energy judging yourself, and it's not even helpful. And the Queen of Swords can also talk about detaching from emotions. So getting too in your feelings could also be hindering you. It's very hard to keep working hard, and it's very hard to keep making consistent efforts when there is so much emotional investment attached to everything you do. Because then anytime something doesn't go the way you thought it was going to, it's like a breakdown, a meltdown. Because we put so much feeling into every little thing. And I often see with the Queen of Swords this level of detachment and of not taking yourself too seriously, and not making such a big deal out of the things that you're doing, I guess. And this leads directly to the Three of Pentacles in the upright, which is like that hard work and effort that we've been talking about. Because I just feel like attaching so much emotion and importance, it puts entirely too much pressure on you. I guess for an example, if you saw a person on the street who was attractive, imagine before you go approach this person, you start building it up like, oh my gosh, this person who I find attractive on the street, this is my soulmate, this is my forever person, and we just bumped into each other because it's destiny, and this is the day that I'm gonna go approach them and they're gonna fall in love with me immediately because it was written in the stars. Like, if you're building it up like this, you're gonna get so much emotion built up in you, and then if you walk over to that person and they're not interested, it's like you're gonna crash down. Whereas, and maybe all that stuff is true, maybe they are your forever person, but that experience was just so painful because of how much we hyped it up that we're never gonna do it again. And so it really doesn't help to be so attached like that. Not because the universe is gonna say, you're too attached, so I'm not giving you what you want. It's psychological. Because the disappointment that comes from getting really attached to something and then it going in an unexpected way is so big that your brain will start avoiding that thing altogether. Another thing would be like, if I made a song and I'm like, this is gonna be the one, I'm gonna win a Grammy for this song and everyone's gonna love it, and I'm hyping it up like that, and I put it out and it doesn't do well, like, that's gonna hurt me so much because of how much I built it up. Maybe I'm like, I quit music. You know, it creates too big of a reaction. And maybe it was not that song, but maybe 5-6 songs later, that was the one. And so I guess it's like to not get so attached to each individual attempt, if that makes sense, or like to each little thing that you're doing. Because in the same way, if you went up to that person and you're like, whatever happens, happens. You go up and talk to them and they're not interested. You're like, okay, well, at least I tried. Da, 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 da. And like, you keep going on with your life because you weren't that attached. And then the next opportunity you get, you'll try again. Or you'll try with the next person because you're not pressed like that. And it is a practice. It is a practice. And I think a big part of this comes with knowing that you're already amazing and you're already whole and complete, because attachment comes when you think you need something. You know, I don't need this interaction to go well because I already know, like, I'm beautiful and amazing and my soulmate is out there. Like, I already know that within myself, so I'm not gonna get so attached to this one experience, this one interaction, this one external opportunity. The more rich you are on the inside, the less you will attach to things on the outside. So it is a habit that you build, but I also think it's building up abundance inside of you. So it seems like that is the first step to coming into union with this person. Once you're able to make that mindset shift, I see you actually becoming more productive. I see you putting out more work or doing more or taking more actions out in the world. Once our emotions are under control, that's when we can really get to work. And that's when unexpected things start happening, unexpected opportunities start coming in. I feel like the way that you come together with this person is probably different than the way you visualize it, which is fine. I just think that it's like a surprise. I think it's a surprise. I think it's going to be a little bit unpredictable. Like, for example, if you were trying to get their attention in a certain way, but you get their attention for something completely different. Or you discover that you have like a mutual connection and you're like, oh, this mutual connection is what's going to bring us together. But then it has nothing to do with that. It's not really what you plan. It's not really what you expect. I think you're just focused on your work, and then this person kind of comes out of left field and they're interested in you for something that you've done, for something that you've made, for something that you've expressed, but it's not what you expect. I'm trying to think of like, what would an example be for me? Oh, like if somebody like recognized me from my tarot channel that would make a lot of sense to me. But if someone recognized me because like they heard my song and they don't know about my tarot stuff, I'd be like, what? What do you mean? So it's like they're recognizing you, or you're getting their attention for something you've done, but it's maybe not the thing you most identify with, or the thing that you're most proud of, or the thing that is most prominent about you. It's something kind of unexpected. Also, this may be a specific message for some of you. Like, if there's an aspect of yourself or an area of your life that you're working really hard on because you want to impress this person, or because you want to feel like good enough for this person, that's going to have nothing to do with it. So like, I don't know, for example, maybe you were really working on your physical appearance because you wanted to feel like, I want to be attractive enough for this person. And then the reason they end up falling for you has nothing to do with your appearance, because like, or it has nothing to do with all that effort that you made. You know, like let's say you went on a 6-month physical transformation journey because you want to be attractive for this person. And then it's like, oh, they would have already fallen in love with you 6 months ago, like before you did all this work. And that's not to say don't do the work, just that it doesn't make you any more lovable to them. It's like, oh, I thought you were super beautiful before too, and you're super beautiful now too. But what I'm really interested in is this other thing about you. It's something that's kind of like unexpected for you, I think. And I do think they are going to be the one coming towards you. I know this is about your journey, but I think what you really need to focus on is this detachment, like emotional detachment, and keep doing your work. And they will notice you. Because remember, it's them who's getting interested in new things right now. And one of the new things they're getting interested in is something that you are doing. And so you have to be actively out there doing the things that you like to be an accurate representation of yourself. And if you're getting really in your head and getting really in your feelings, you're not going to be doing this work, because you're going to rage quit. That's honestly how it's coming through. Because this journey has ups and downs, and you're going to have flops, and you're going to have failures, and you're going to have frustrations. And if you really let those get to you, you're going to be like, oh, this isn't worth it, I quit. Whereas if you're like, oh yeah, that's part of the journey, like whatever, and that takes a lot of strength, okay? I know I'm saying this in kind of like a nonchalant way, but it does take a lot of freaking strength. So I don't want to downplay the inner work that you're doing to reach that place of detachment, but it's detachment and consistency. And make sure that you are, everything that you care about, you're working on it. Everything you're interested in, you're doing it. Because that's going to be how they notice you. And maybe this is a message for some of you, like if you've been putting things off, like things that you've always felt are a part of your identity, and it's not being expressed. I feel like it's important that it is expressed, because they'll be interested in it. And just the way that they approach you, it's so sweet. It's like sweet and innocent, and there's something about it that makes you feel, oh, it's like you've worked so hard to be worthy for this person, and then realizing the way that they approach you makes you realize that you were worthy all along. Because I see someone, for example, like working really hard at their career to be impressive for someone, but then that person approaches them and is like, oh, you know, like, I love the way you laugh, you know, and your laugh isn't something you have to work on. It was always a part of you. It was always your essence. Like, this person is in love with your essence. But I will say it's what you do in the world that helps them find you. But that's not why they love you, you know? Like, that's not why they love you. Like, for example, I have friends who found me because of my channel, but they don't love me because of my channel. They love me because of me. you know? And I feel like there's something similar with you. So it's not like you need to do this work so that you can be worthy of your person. It's like, no, it's just so that they find you. Yeah. Because they're like, oh, this is my new interest. And I feel like the timing is going to line up perfectly without you even trying. After all of my soul searching, I realized that I'm actually very passionate about this thing, and I'm no longer ashamed of that. And so I want to start looking into it more. Let me look into it. Oh, look, here's group number 1. Group number 1 does it. Let me talk to group number 1. I'm interested in group number 1. But then they fall for you for your true essence. I hope that makes sense. And I feel like this King of Wands in reverse is you having that realization of like, oh my gosh, I never had to do any of this to be worthy of them. Like I was worthy of them and worthy of love this whole time. And I was amazing this whole time. And it kind of goes full circle, because I feel like it's that knowledge that you're already amazing and that you're already worthy of love that stops you from getting so attached. Like if you already know you're that amazing, an amazing musician and an amazing creator, you're not going to get super attached to winning that Grammy. And then you're not going to go through this emotional roller coaster trying to get it. It kind of all comes full circle. It ends with you realizing everything that makes you so lovable to your person and just in general, it was the stuff that you always had. It was your humor, it was your creativity, it was your laughter, it was your generosity, like it was the essence of you. And if you had recognized that from the start, you wouldn't have gone through so much emotional roller coaster, you wouldn't have put so much importance on outcomes of things or what you could or couldn't achieve. But sometimes we just need to go through that experience to remember the truth, to remember the important thing, like your oracle card said. Sometimes you need to lose yourself to find yourself again. So that is your journey to union. And holy crap, I did not expect that to get this long, but that happens sometimes. So we are going to go into the extended now, where we are going to see, does your person currently in the 3D feel and experience this connection? If so, how do they experience the connection? If not, how will they get to a place where they do? We will get an honest message from your person, an honest yes or no answer from your person, whatever you'd like to ask them, and then any other significant events, places, or time frames relative to your union that you should know about. So if that sounds good to you and you would like to join me in the extended reading, that is going to be linked down below in the description as well as in the pinned comment of this video. However, if you're going to leave the reading here, I want to say thank you so much for letting me do this reading for you. I hope you have a wonderful day or night whenever you're watching, and I wish you all the best. Please take good care of yourself, stay healthy. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you feel like doing that. If you're interested in my content and you would like to find me elsewhere, I'm gonna have linked down below my tarot reading Instagram, my personal Instagram, my Patreon, where you can watch tons of timeless, exclusive pick a card readings just like this one, and you can also decide on topics for future readings. I will link my music channel, which includes the intro song of this video. That is an original song. I'll also have my latest release link down below. And finally, my vlog channel and my merch, which features the floating temple that was at the start of this video. Thank you guys so much for supporting me, my channel, and anything I do. I really, really appreciate having you here. And I'm sending so much love to you, to your higher self, to your person, to your person's higher self, to your spirit guides, your spiritual team, and all of your loved ones, both here on earth and in the other realms. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hi number 2s, so if you guys chose the Angel Aura Rose Quartz, this is going to be your reading. I really hope that I'm not like reflected in that, because I always feel like, oh, you can see my hand. Whatever, it's small. If you want to look at a little mini keynote throughout the reading, I am right in here, but you probably want to be looking at the cards anyway. So Group number 2s, the word fertility was coming through very strongly before I started filming your group. So this could be talking about like physical fertility and the conception of a child, but it could also be talking about the conception of an idea or of a project. It could mean that this is a very fertile time to give birth to an idea or to give birth to a project, or this is a very good time to be taking actions towards your manifestations right now. Something about the current moment, the time where you are watching this, the rewards that you get from your efforts will be multiplied if you take action now. So it's kind of like the energy could be fertile or the energy could be ripe. There's also a message about being in touch with your body. It could be that your body has a lot of wisdom to offer you about how to best take care of it, and also just about what is best for you in general. Your body will let you know what is right for you and what is not right for you through messages, sensations, cues that it gives you. Your body could be a really important tool when it comes to listening to and following your intuition right now. Or your body is just longing for your connection, but that's something that is coming through. It could also be that your person's higher self communicates to you through physical sensations. So for example, you might get a feeling in your gut, or you might get a tingly feeling, or you might feel warm or something like that. You might kind of feel their presence lingering around you, feel that kind of sensation. They could be, if you know this person already, they could be thinking about your body or thinking about your physical connection as well. They could be very physically attracted to you or wanting to be physically close to you because there's something about your bodies and your physical connection that is coming through. So before we even get into the cards, I am feeling called to use my pendulum, and I just want to see if there's any messages for you at the start of this reading. There's a message from your person's guides about your person. Okay, so their guides want to tell you something about them. Group number 2's person's guides. What is it that you want to tell us about group number 2's person? They've been enjoying their own company. So maybe this feeling of like getting in touch with your body and getting in touch with your inner world, that might be something that your person is doing right now. I'm hearing that they're trying to shut out all of the noise around them. They may be, for some it may be that they're kind of sick of the BS of the world and of society and they just want to get back in touch with themselves. Or it's just purely coming from a longing to be in touch with themselves and just really getting back to their inner compass. They could be spending a lot of time at home. If this is someone you're usually in communication with and they haven't been talking to you that much recently, that is definitely not a personal thing. I feel like they are very much just wrapped up in their own world right now. They may be feeling particularly introverted. They may be feeling like a homebody. They're not really wanting to do much right now. They don't have a lot of energy to do outward things, to like go out and make plans, because they're using a lot of energy right now on themselves and on their inner world. I feel like they're in a very creative energy right now as well. They are thinking about you frequently, and there is something coming through that they feel a safety and a comfort about you, and they feel a familiarity with you. You have a kind of grounding effect on them, and they just feel this kind of familiarity or kindred spiritness with you, where they feel like they can really be their natural self around you, and they admire you expressing your natural beauty, and they admire you rejecting societal pressures and societal standards and just being radically yourself. That's something that they're very attracted to. I think that's what this person appreciates in other people. I think they can smell BS from a mile away. So anyone who's being inauthentic, it's like, not that they're gonna judge them for it, but it's just kind of a turnoff. Like they don't want to be around inauthentic energy. And with that being said, I think they know how hard it is to be authentic and to be true to yourself in a world that is that can be so shallow sometimes, and that can be so judgmental sometimes. To say, screw that, I'm not going to bend to your standards and I'm going to be me, like that takes a lot of courage. And so I think that's another reason why it's so attractive to them, because it's like, damn, this person is brave. This person is a badass for going against the grain and being who they truly are no matter what, because that's not for the faint of heart in this world and in this society. So I think they're thinking about you a lot in that sense, and how much they admire you for that. And yeah, I feel like, speaking of sensations in the body, like my sacral chakra is really, I don't know, it feels like warm. So that's our center of like connection and intimacy. So they could be feeling really connected to you right now, even if you're not, regardless of how much you're communicating in the 3D, I think they do feel very connected to you right now. And there's probably a longing to have more of an intimate connection with you. And I think they take a lot of inspiration from you, not just in like work or art, for example, but just in their life. So this person could be an artist and take inspiration from you, but even if they're not, I think it's in the way they live their life, in the way they express themselves, in the way they present themselves, and the standards that they hold for themselves, the boundaries that they set, the way they take care of themselves. Like a lot of that is inspired by you. So their guides wanted you to know that. We have Venus. So, I mean, needless to say, your person finds you to be extremely beautiful. This is giving muse vibes, because it's like inspiration, beauty. It's given muse, like you're a muse for this person. And I think their guides find you very beautiful as well. They find you to be a very beautiful soul. Feminine energy is coming through as well. So this person could be nurturing their feminine energy right now. Like all of these are feminine. The 4th house is related to Cancer, which is a feminine sign. Venus is feminine. Scorpio is a feminine sign. Lots of feminine energy. So that could be what your person is focused on right now. Or they find you very feminine, regardless of your gender. Scorpio also makes me think that your person's being a bit more low-key right now. They could be a little bit more disconnected or closed off, and they're just really in your inner world. And in your inner world, okay. Perhaps your inner worlds are connected somehow. Maybe you visit each other in the astral, or you visit each other in your subconscious. There could be some telepathy going on. That was a funny slip, but I mean, regardless if they may be closed off in the 3D, you are very connected to them at all times. I think you know that. Also, like, this is all like water energy, which is also sacral chakra energy. So that's a cool synchronicity too. Scorpio, it is related to like sex. And I definitely think that this person is attracted to you in that way. If it's not that kind of connection, definitely ignore that message. But that can also be translated as creative energy and inspiration. Like you motivate this person to create. Yeah, they're definitely, they could be exploring deeper emotions right now. It doesn't feel like anything heavy or sad. It feels like just emotions that have been dormant, you know, passions that have been dormant, curiosities that have been dormant. Group number 1 kind of got this message too, where your person's in an energy of self-discovery right now. But I do feel that it's like, it's a productive and positive thing. They're deep in their shadows, but it's not heavy shadows. It's just things that they haven't expressed in a long time. Dormant emotions, dormant passions. They're getting re-inspired. That's kind of the feeling. So that is what their guides wanted you to know. Their energy just feels very warm. I don't know. that's their life force. That warmth is their life force. This person's life force is very strong right now, which is, I'm even getting inspired by that for some reason. So let's get into your cards now. So for the card reading today, we have the reading here on YouTube as well as an extended. We're going to start by seeing what's going on energetically with you, with your person, and with the connection. We're also going to look at what the energies of your union will be like to see how similar or how different it is from the current energy. And then we're going to look at the specific journey of how you will move into union with your person, which includes both your internal journey and your external journey. And then in the extended, we are going to see, does your person currently in the 3D feel and experience the connection with you? And if yes, what is their experience of this connection? If no, how will they get to that place where they recognize it? We are going to see an honest message from your person and an honest yes or no answer from your person. So it will be up to you to decide what yes or no question you would like to ask your person, and they will provide the reason as well. And then any significant information about the union that you should know. So like events, places, time frames relating to the union. For group 1, we did all of these significant events, places, and time frames related to your union. So yeah, that's going to be the reading for today. And so let's get into your cards. These are going to be your cards. These are going to be your person's cards. And then this will be the energy between the two of you. You may find that these are switched. So this is actually them and this is actually you. That is totally fine. It's pretty likely that you and your person mirror each other. So don't be surprised if you resonate with both of these sides. Probably by now you figured out whether this is your group, but if you don't see yourself anywhere in this spread, then this might not be your group. But let's see what we've got for you. So you are coming through as the goddess of Jupiter, and it says receiving abundance, developments, and growth. And you're also coming through as the 5th house. Then your person is coming through as the messenger goddess, meteor shower, the intuitive powers of the heart, 1313 as I held up this card, and Libra energy. And we have 31 and 4. So I just saw 1313, which 13 numerologically is a 4. It adds up to 4. 31 adds up to 4, and this is 4. So like 4, 13, 31, these could be relevant numbers in the connection. We also have 4 here. And then we have Libra and Scorpio. Someone could be a Libra with Venus in Scorpio or a Scorpio with Venus in Libra. You don't have to be, but just mentioning that in case it's a confirmation. For the energy in between the two of you, we have the fairy wren with the number 25. Spontaneity, vibrancy, support, the muse. Like, I literally said muse, 1414 as I'm holding up this one. The band Muse could also be significant for some of you. They have some good songs. Okay, let's get into it. I love this energy. This is beautiful. The energy between you and your person right now is simply beautiful. Also, Cancer risings or Gemini risings could be significant, or someone could have Venus in the 4th house. Not every one of these little things have to apply, of course. I just mention them as I see them in case it's confirmation for some of you. Okay, so I'm going to start over here with your energy. We have receiving abundance, developments, and growth. So you are definitely in a period of, literally that, in a period of growth, expansion, and receiving abundance. And the 5th house, I think, provides context as to how this abundance is going to find you. It is going to find you through something that you are passionate about, through something that is fun to you, literally through something that feels like leisure or a hobby. That's how you're going to receive abundance. And it could very well be through creativity as well. You being in this 5th house energy, you are likely going to be feeling very creative at this time, or you're about to enter into a stage where your creative talents, inspiration, as well as your creative output is going to be maximized. I'm hearing like you can't stop making things or you can't stop coming up with ideas. And we have like developments and growth. So it's like you're making more and more and more, and your talents are increasing as well. I feel like your money is increasing as well. And your specialized knowledge, I'm hearing, your specialized knowledge is increasing. You could be pursuing further education to develop your talents, whether that's self-study or like at a school or under a mentor or something like that. But you're definitely in an energy of personal growth and expansion right now. I also notice on your side we have 5 and 31. So like May 31st could be an important date. That could be someone's birthday or like an upcoming date. I don't know when you're watching this, but it could be an upcoming date that's important. And you have the energy of the Empress and the Magician with you. 3 and 1. So you're in your manifesting energy right now. That's probably why I was hearing fertility at the start of this reading, because you're in your manifesting energy. Like you have fertile soil to plant your intentions right now. The energy is fertile for you to manifest right now. You're in a creating and a manifesting energy. Some of you guys could be manifesting generators as well, like in human design. Your person's kind of giving generator vibes. I don't know. Your person is an emperor energy. So you're the Empress and they're the Emperor. Your genders don't matter, of course. But what this feels like is you are in this energy of generating your manifestations and creating. And your person is a supporter of that. They are like a rock for you while you create. They're like your rock, your source of support. They could be providing for you in some way. This could be something that's currently happening, or it could be in your imminent future. But, you know, this could look like so many different things, right? It could be like, maybe they're literally funding you in some way to create what you want to create, or they're providing a space for you to do what you need to do. They're saying, look, you focus on your project right now and I'll take care of everything else. So they're like being a rock or support for you in that way, or you are leaning on them for emotional support. Because being in this creative energy can be very emotionally volatile. There could be ups and downs, it can be chaotic. And in some way, whether it's in person or energetically, this person is acting as a rock for you right now. But I feel like you are muses for each other. I think you're both very creative souls. You could both be artists, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised. But you're both in your creative energy right now and you're both inspiring each other. But I feel like your energy might be a bit more chaotic, and I don't even say that in a bad way, just not in the lines. You know, you're going where your whims take you. You're going where your inspiration takes you. And that's not a nice, clean, linear journey. Or you could just be so absorbed in what you're currently creating and manifesting that other areas of your life get a little bit messy. And I feel like this person is really, their energy is really holding you down right now and keeping stuff in order. They're supporting you, they're nourishing you, they're providing for you so that you can create something beautiful. they as a person are doing that for you, or their energy is doing that for you right now. And you could kind of take turns in this energy. So maybe next time they'll be in the chaotic creative energy and you'll be holding them down and supporting them. But this is what you do for each other. You are co-creators. Even like the bird is making me feel that, because the bird is blue, it's singing, it's reminding me of the throat chakra, and that is also a very creative, expressive energy center. I also feel that the more you create, the more you will understand this connection. Your person is coming through as a messenger. So you could very well channel your person through the things that you create. Channel their wisdom, channel their messages, channel their love, and vice versa. So many things that you make are a collaboration. Even if you were not physically together, there's a little bit of their energy in a lot of the things that you make. And there's a little bit of your energy in a lot of the things that they make. Because on a soul level, you're co-creating, you're collaborating, there's telepathic communication here. And you give each other little nuggets of inspiration, or you give each other a different perspective to stimulate you. Yeah. There's lots of telepathy going on. There's lots of astral interactions. I think you guys, you exchange a lot of information in dreams, or you meet up a lot in dreams. You might not always even realize it, because sometimes you don't remember your dreams, or I don't know, maybe they appear to you as a bird randomly. There's hummingbirds in this card. So, they might not always appear as they look in their human avatar. They might appear to you as a bird, or they might appear to you as a blob of light, They might just appear to you as something you feel, a voice, A lot of the time in my dreams, I have beings communicating to me, but I don't actually see them there. They just kind of plop the idea in my head. So they could do that in your dreams as well. But you're together in the astral a lot, and there's something about your subconscious. You're connected in the subconscious, and you can share ideas. You exchange ideas with each other, and then they pop up in your subconscious. You give each other ideas. You're just very, very connected like that. And we have Venus, Libra here. This is also like Empressy energy. I think both of you have Empress and Emperor energy within you, but the feminine energy is just really coming through strongly right now. You're both very beautiful, and you both have a keen sense for beauty. You could have a really nice aesthetic. Your person could be very stylish, or they could be very particular about their vision and about their aesthetic. They set themselves to a very high standard. Something smells like house. I don't know what that even means. Maybe their house has a particular smell that you like, or that is familiar to you. Because what does smells like house even mean? Like you might smell fabric softener in someone's house. You might smell like incense in someone's house. You might smell like a diffuser. I feel like they're very particular about those kind of things. The ambiance when you step into their house, and all the senses. Like they're a very sensual, sensory kind of person. Why is that coming through right now? You might go to this person's house soon, or you have memories of being in this person's house, and their house has a very calming vibe, and it's like a very curated vibe. Like the lighting, the fragrances, the feeling of the blanket on the couch. It's like they curate that sensory experience. Yeah, this is a very creative person. I don't know if maybe they're like they're at their house and they're wishing you were there. Like imagine like, what would you do if I was there? Like that kind of vibe. Yeah, but the energy of their house is coming up right now. Sure. All right. So we're gonna get into the tarot now and see what the energy of your union is like. Yeah. Sometimes it gets hot in here and then like rubber band will melt onto the card and there is just a little piece of rubber band on it. Okay. The telepathy is strong, my friends, my group number 2s. Someone could have Jupiter in Libra as well, or Jupiter in Scorpio, Jupiter in the 4th or 5th house, Venus in the 4th or 5th house. The energy of group number 2's union with their person. We have the Queen of Pentacles. It's so funny because rabbits are literally a symbol of fertility. Do you have kids with this person? Or are you about to have kids with this person? Or like, or even, you know, we were talking about your creative output increasing because, you know, rabbits multiply really fast. They produce offspring very quickly. So there could just, the offspring could also be a band that is significant. Muse, offspring. They're like rock bands. I don't know. What was I saying? Yeah, like increased creative output. There's a feeling of not compromising too. Just, this is probably not what the card is supposed to be, but it looks like the rabbits are running away from money. And I just imagined someone being like, you have this opportunity to make all of this money, but you have to compromise like your creative vision. And the rabbits are like, hell no. And they run away from the money. They're like, I don't want your dirty money. I don't want to have to compromise or lower my standards or like betray my own vision or who I am. If that's what I have to do, then this money will actually make me more poor, because for me, wealth is being able to create whatever I want. Someone, yeah, and like authenticity, that could be very important to both of you. Not wanting to sell out. You could even be, one or both of you could be wary of money or wary of being offered money or wary of like contracts or offers coming your way, or just you don't like the business side of stuff. Maybe you have to do it, but you don't like it because it just feels like slimy. Someone's wary of money, or maybe one or both of you have seen people close to you get lost in the money. Like you've seen, I'm thinking of that Grimes song. Your voice, it had the perfect something. It got lost when you gave it up though, 'cause you want money, you want fame. Hey, oh my God, what is that song called? Yeah, I don't see the light I saw in you before. Oh my God, I'm having the biggest brain fart because I used to listen to that song all the time and I can't think of what it's called now. But anyways, by Grimes. That's gonna drive me crazy. Watch me remember what the song is called like the second I stop filming, or I'll be moved on and talking about something else and then like blurt out the name of the song. There is this one time, now I'm thinking of Billy Talent, who's also a rock band. There's like, is one of you like a musician, or do you like rock music, or are you in a band or something? And they're Canadian, and Grimes is also Canadian. So shout out if you guys are Canadian. Lots of coins energy. Lots of pentacles, earth energy. And we have the Sun and Justice and the Five of Cups, which these came out together. So I'm going to take them as like all one energy. Flesh Without Blood. There we go. That's what it's called. The Grimes song. That's a cool, I used to like, I have visceral memories of like being in my dorm in my first year of university and watching that music video. And I wanted to be Grimes so bad. Okay. Back in the day, this is like 2015. I think what I was saying before I went on that tangent is that you or your person or both of you have maybe seen some people who are like so brilliant, so talented, and seen them kind of get lost to like selling out, becoming commercial, which like, we're not gonna judge anyone for doing that, but it's kind of like if you could have your way, or if you could selfishly say what you envisioned for them, it's like, man, they were so talented, they were so amazing, and I feel like they lost their unique light, and now they're just making like the same thing as everybody else. You've seen people go that route, and that's not what you want for yourself, and you're just wary, like you're wary of commercial success, or like wary of the business side of things. Like that's just something that is coming through. I really do feel like you guys are both creatives or entrepreneurs or something like that, and you admire each other's authenticity in your energy of union, and you keep each other accountable to stay true to yourself, even if that means being less popular or having less like monetary success, because I feel like that's not even really how you guys define your success or define your abundance. Honestly, I don't really feel like your energy of union is that different from your current energy. I would even say that you already are in union, like energetically. You have been and always will be in union. And I don't really think your union is dependent on you being physically together or dependent on your relationship looking a certain way, because the core of your connection is your souls sharing wisdom with each other, inspiring each other, and helping each other create and like co-creating beautiful things together. And if you're together in person, oh my gosh, you can do some really wild shit together. But even if you're not, you're always in communication. And so you can kind of fulfill your soul's purpose together, even from a distance, you know, because you always have that connection in the astral. You always have that connection in your subconscious. You're always telepathically communicating. I mean, obviously it would be really super cool to be together in person and to get to talk through things and bounce ideas off of each other. You really get each other's like creative juices flowing, and I feel making stuff, creating stuff is like a big part of your relationship, with a little bit of like physical attraction. Maybe maybe there's a bit of tension there. I mean, we do have rabbits, and you know what rabbits be doing. So, and like all of that sacral chakra and Scorpio energy, like there's that kind of, yeah, there's definitely that energy present. One or both of you could make accessories or make jewelry or do something with crystals as well, or incorporate crystals or spirituality into something else that you do. You or this person could have a lot of crystals in your home or in your workspace. You leave messages for each other kind of everywhere, dropping little messages like a crow leaving little trinkets. You leave messages and signs for each other. There's a lot of abundance in your energy of union. I just spent a really long time talking about how I think neither of you really care about material abundance, but you will have it. And there's something that you protect together, that you nurture together. And I know that can be so many different things, right? It could be children, it could be, you definitely protect your integrity and your, like in your philosophy, in your creative process. It could be like assets that you're protecting together, intellectual property. There's something, I see it's like a precious gem, and you are like the two dragons that protect it. With this, all of this earth energy, one or both of you has an earthy beauty, which I'm not even sure what that means. You might have earthy tones or earthy features, or you wear earthy colors, or you like earthy flavors. Just that word earthy is coming through. And now I'm thinking of Eartha Kitt, who I think is a singer. It's a lot of musicians and a lot of like bands coming up. I really would be shocked if music is not like a big part of your relationship. Maybe if you don't make it, you might listen to it together or like watch documentaries together, I'm hearing, you know, like, or the biopics and stuff, or, you know, to talk about what do you think this song means, or commentary of like, oh, I think this is their best album. No, I think this one is, or I would have done this a bit differently. There's like discourse around music, or maybe you meet at a music event, at a concert, at an award show, at a photo shoot, like, I don't know. Yeah, these are totally talking about long-term abundance, prosperity with each other. There's something that you're protecting together, something that both of you have invested into. Another example of this would be like if you had a company together and you both put in money in the beginning, you both sunk costs into it, and you're both protecting it. Yeah, something that you built together, and that kind of binds you together. And I'm hearing that even if something happened in your personal relationship, you would both want to keep going and keep contributing to this shared thing. So like if you both put in costs to start a company, even if you broke up, or even if your personal relationship didn't work out, you would still both want to keep that company alive, and you would still both want to contribute to it. Or, you know, it's like it's giving joint custody. Like even if it's not literally children, it's like we're always going to have this thing that connects us no matter what, and neither of us are going to let go of it or give up on it, regardless of how our personal relationship might evolve over time. And I think you're both just very practical like that. you might not really make those kind of promises to each other of like, I promise forever to you. I promise to be by your side for the rest of my life. There's something practical where you're like, I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years, but I know that I want to be with you right now, and I'm pledging like my present moment to you, and that in itself is a really beautiful gift. Maybe one or both of you doesn't really believe in traditional, like you might not believe in marriage, or you don't need that contract to prove your love to each other. One or both of you is just like wary of institutions and wary of contracts and wary of the system. It honestly kind of feels that way. And I think you're both romantic people, but you don't really throw around things because it sounds nice. Like I just hear someone being, like, till death do us part, like they feel like, oh, that's just kind of like a nice flowery thing that you say, and it sounds very romantic, but like nobody really knows what's gonna happen. If in like, I don't know, like in 50 years from now you fall in love with someone else and you feel more aligned with them, like who am I to be like, but you said until death do us part? Like someone's just not, they don't really align with that, or they don't really subscribe to that. And that makes, it's like, because I don't take the fact that you're here for granted. I don't take the fact that you're choosing me for granted. And I don't expect you to choose me forever. And that makes every single day that you do choose to be here with me that much more special. I don't feel entitled to your presence or to your love. Someone is thinking like that. Like it's a very practical, or maybe pragmatic is the word, way of thinking with all of this earth energy. Like the gag is that you probably will be together forever. I just see people being like, yeah, we're not married, but we've basically been together for like 45 years anyway. We keep saying, like we kept saying, let's just see where it goes, and now it's been 40 years, so there's some kind of vibe like that. And then we have the Sun, Justice, and the Five of Cups. Yeah, it's like recognizing someone being realistic and recognizing the impermanence of everything, recognizing each other's freedom and independence. It makes your connection, and it makes the fact that you choose each other every day so much more special. It's like you realize that losing each other is a very real possibility. I don't know if that means parting ways or like actually losing each other. I don't know if like one of you has maybe lost someone really close to you before, and that makes you appreciate the impermanence of life even more, and appreciate every single day even more. Some heavy stuff has happened to one of you where promises about forever just kind of rub you the wrong way, because you never know what could happen tomorrow. Yeah, one of you might have lost someone in a really like jarring way, or really suddenly. You were blindsided. And so it's like, I don't want to think about forever. I just want to think about now. You're also both very good at transmuting heavy energies into something beautiful. Like, for example, if you had a loved one who passed away, maybe you do something in their honor, or you create something in their honor, and you take that devastating emotion and use it as like fuel to do or create something beautiful. You're also very good at presenting rough or gnarly emotions in a beautiful or aesthetically pleasing way. I'm just seeing, yeah, it's like you can transmute anything into beauty. You can make anything beautiful. Like, for example, I'm imagining someone writing like a beautiful song, but it's a message, it's like, F you, I hate you. But it's like, it sounds so beautiful, but it's like about how corrupt the world is or something. And they took that anger and that frustration and all of that like nasty energy and made it into this like beautiful, refined, aesthetic thing. But all that energy is in there. They just packaged it and made it so like chef's kiss. I don't know, like and that's very resourceful, right? Like you can use any materials and it's like, oh, I made this song, I sampled a garbage truck, but I made it sound really cool. You're both resourceful like that. You see beauty and you see potential in the things around you where other people don't. That like one man's trash is another man's treasure. Like you could go through trash and be like, oh, we could do something cool with that. Like we could use that. Like you could be repurposing things as well. I'm thinking of like thrifting as well, like DIYs. This is kind of going into a different message, but the message of like, even in people, like there could be a person that others don't believe in, but you see the light in them, you see the potential in them. Both of you have that keen eye for the diamonds that you can polish in the things around you and what it has the potential of becoming. You look at the caterpillar and you already see the butterfly. So when everyone else is like, oh, it's just another boring old worm and walks away, you see the vision, you get it. Like you're the girls that get it. That's the vibe. And then I'm not surprised to see the Emperor, because Empress and Emperor energy has been coming up a lot in this reading. That's you and your person, the Empress and the Emperor. And you both really value your independence. You will never give away, you'll never give up your personal power. You'll never give up your voice. You recognize that you're the main character in your story. And I think both of you also carry a big sense of personal responsibility. You take responsibility for what kind of life you have, and for how you can't always control what happens to you, but you can control how you react to it and what you make of it. And so I think both of you really stand in your power in that sense, your personal power and your personal responsibility. And you hold each other accountable. I think you don't let each other slip into like why me mentality or victim mentality or like pitying yourself. You always remind each other of how powerful you are, of how powerful the story you create around your life is, how powerful your assumptions are, how powerful your actions and intentions are. You never let each other forget your power, so that you can always move through life together as your most empowered versions. Oh, I love you guys. Man. Okay, so we're gonna get into another deck now. And we're gonna see the specific journey that you will take to move into union with your person. And we're gonna take reversals for this part. So if a card comes out in the upright, this will indicate your external journey. So like an action that you're taking out in the world to move towards your person. If it's reversed, it will be something internal. So inner work you're doing, or a mindset shift or something like that, that is bringing you closer to them. We have two coming out together, which we'll take this way. So we have the Four of Wands in the upright, and we have the Wheel of Fortune in the upright, you are going, so this is something that the universe is sending your way. You will have an unexpected opportunity to change your living situation or to change your area of activity. Change the location where you do something. And you are being called to take it and go for it, even though you may feel apprehensive about it, or you might not feel entirely ready. So there could be an opportunity to move. This could also be something like changing the gym that you go to, changing the studio where you go to practice, like switching your membership to somewhere else, or could be changing schools, changing branches, changing workplaces. It's changing location where you spend a lot of your time, where you have a routine, but it feels like you're not entirely ready to let go of the old one. You're like, I don't know if I should do this, and there's pros and cons. And Spirit is saying, just go for it. Just try something new. So that's your first step into union with this person, because it's not just about you. It's about the people that will introduce into your space. So like let's just go with the gym example. If like Spirit's urging you to change gyms and you're thinking of it from the perception of like, yeah, but I like my old gym. Like maybe it's cheaper, maybe it's closer to your house, maybe there's some equipment in it that you like. And those are valid factors. But I think the main reason Spirit is asking you to change locations is because of who that will expose you to. There's going to be all different people at that gym, or all different people in that rental office building, or in that school. Whatever it might be. It's about the people, and it's about you need to be challenged more. The new environment is going to challenge you more. It's going to make you tougher. It's going to make you more outgoing. You've been in a familiar place for too long and you're getting too comfortable, I'm hearing, or you're getting stuck in your old ways. And if you step into a new environment with new people, inevitably a new you will emerge too. We have the 9 of Wands in the upright, the Queen of Wands in reverse. Oh, you're not gonna like the new environment at first. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I think it's like nervous laughter, and then we have the Fool in the upright, and we're also going to take the bottom of the deck energy, the Hanged One, as your advice, which that makes a lot of sense. I'm taking this very literally as hang in there, and I kind of feel like you don't have a choice anyway. So yeah, maybe this change of environment, it could be something that you choose, but you kind of feel like you don't have a choice. Or it could just be something that happens to you. Like you get transferred, or your current place is closing, or a contract is ending. Like it could be an inevitable thing where you have to look for a new place. But for some of you, it feels like you somehow just chose it and it somehow happened. But when I saw this 9 of Wands and the Queen of Wands in reverse, it feels like you're not going to like the new environment at first, and you will have to stick it out. And it's really because you're not used to it yet, and you don't feel confident. Spirit said you're ready for a challenge, but I think that until now because it's like you've gotten used to not being challenged, and so you got comfortable and you got confident in that energy of, oh, I know this place like the back of my hand. I know everything that is going on here. Something about this new environment puts you out of your element, and you don't feel as confident anymore. It could be because of the people around. It could be because of like the quality of work that is asked of you here, or the version of you that is asked of you here. But this Queen of Wands in reverse is like, you don't feel in your element and you don't feel confident, but you will with time. This experience will make you more outgoing. Like, I see you like more outgoing, friendly, talkative, out of your shell. And these are all things that are important for your union, which makes me wonder if you would be the one to approach your person, or you'll be the one to make a move, because it's like you have to be, it's making you more, giving you more of a presence. It's bringing out the charming side of you, bringing out the like exuberant, outgoing side of you, the extroverted side of you. There could be more people in this new environment, or more unfamiliar people, or it's a more advanced level of something, a more advanced environment, a more professional environment. Like, this is the real deal now. This could even be, I just had the example of someone going from working out at home to working out in a full-on gym with other people, or recording themselves at home versus recording themselves in a professional studio. There's something that's leveling up. It's more of the real deal. It's more professional, this new environment that you're in, and that makes you nervous. Like, oh, it's not just me in my room now. Like, I'm being perceived, I'm visible, or there's more expected of me here and I don't like it. But your soul likes it. Your soul likes the challenge. Your soul is like, challenge accepted, because I know I can rise up to this. So you'll have to hang in there. And I do feel like with this hanged man, you might, or the hanged one, you might not really have a choice. Because like I said, it could be that the old environment is closed, or, you know, if you changed universities, it's a whole process, right? You're not going to do that whole process again to go back to the old one. Maybe you could, but I feel like it would either be a big hassle, or it would be a big waste of money, or you physically can't go back to the old environment. And you have to recognize that being pushed into this new unfamiliar environment is important for coming into union with your person. And it could be in a kind of unexpected way with the Fool here, but externally, it's important for you to be in this physical place. Internally, it's important for you to be challenged and to become more confident. It's like your stage fright is being challenged, or maybe some kind of anxieties or social anxieties or shyness or awkwardness is just being like polished off of you. You're really stepping into being that kind of person. It's like, I'm thinking of like media training, which I don't know if that's exactly what you're doing, but it's like you're becoming that person who just walks into any room and feels comfortable and at ease, and can carry themselves and be like charming and funny and confident. That's kind of important. So I wonder if your person, like your soulmate, could be someone who would make you nervous, who would make the past you nervous. Just not because of like their energy making you nervous, but like feeling nervous to meet them or feeling nervous to approach them. And this is like a training, like a spiritual boot camp that is making you realize how badass you are. But you can't chicken out from this new environment. Like, you have to hang in there and be like, what is this trying to teach me? You may have to get comfortable with being a beginner when you've been so used to being the most advanced person, or the smartest person, the strongest person, the most talented person, and now you're plunged into this new environment where you're the little fish. And it's like, oh, I don't like this. I don't like being the little fish. But you will grow into that new big pond. This is an opportunity for you to see what you're made of and to see how much you can grow and to become this shining ray of sunshine, this confident bad bitch, gender neutral bad bitch, like the Queen of Wands. And I don't think you're gonna see, now that I think about it, your person might be approaching you, and I don't think you're gonna see them coming. I don't think you're even gonna expect them to be there. I just heard like, what are you doing here? What are you doing in this part of town? What are you doing in this neighborhood? What are you doing in this gym? What are you doing in this class? Whatever it is. Yeah, the Fool actually gives the energy of bumping into someone, and so does the Wheel of Fortune. It feels like an unplanned, at least unplanned consciously by your human selves, planned by your higher selves, perhaps planned by the divine, perhaps, but it's gonna feel very random to you. Like, this is how I meet my person, or like, this is how I see you again in this random, in this office, in this classroom, in this studio, like in this part of town. Like, what? There's something like that, and they don't expect to see you either. And I do feel like there's a mutual recognition, which if you know each other, obviously that makes sense. You bump into each other and you're both like, oh, what the heck? What are you doing here? But even if you haven't met each other, or even if you haven't been formally introduced before, I still feel like there's a mutual recognition. And I see you kind of like doing a double take at each other, or having prolonged eye contact and being like, we recognize each other, right? Like, I know you from somewhere, right? No? Like, like there's a weird familiarity that maybe it would have made past you feel uncomfortable. Like, oh my gosh, eye contact. Oh my gosh, I just bumped into them. But the new version of you smooth son of a gun, Queen of Wands, you're like, oh hey, I feel like you're just gonna, it can be a very awkward or surprising or shocking situation when you just like bump into someone, but not the new you, not the you that you've become in this spiritual boot camp. You're like, hey girl, hey gender neutral girl, like what's going on? And you're able to just completely diffuse any tensions or any nerves. And it's not like, oh, what are you doing here? It's like, hey, like what brings you here? What brings you to this fine studio on this day? What brings you to this pottery class? Whatever, like, I don't know what it is, right? But you're changing the location of something you already do, but you're doing it in a different place that is more challenging, more professional, more like high quality, more demanding. Yeah. But you're owning it. You're owning it. And so it's like, it's preparing you to bump into them in the sense of literally being in the right place at the right time, but it's also preparing you to bump into them in the sense of like being the version of you whom you need to be. I wonder if you literally bump into each other, because they're both not looking. The Fool's about to just like bump, Could be. Yeah. Or they could be behind you. I have a visual of like you're in line and they're behind you in line and you're like, oh my God. Do I turn around and say something? No, that's weird. Okay, well, I think that those are all of the messages for my group number 2. So we're going to take it over to the extended now, where we are going to see, does your person in the 3D, so not their higher self, in the 3D, do they currently feel and experience this connection with you? And if so, how do they experience it? If not, how are they going to reach that place where they do recognize the connection? We're going to get an honest message from your person, also from their 3D self, and a yes or no answer from your person, whatever yes or no question you would like to ask them, including why. And then anything else you need to know about the union, any significant events, places, or time frames pertaining to your union that you should know about. So if that sounds good to you and you would like to join me in the extended, I'm going to have that link down below in the description as well as in the pinned comment of this video. However, if you're going to leave the reading here, I want to say thank you so much for letting me do this reading for you. I hope you have a wonderful day or night whenever you're watching, and I wish you all the best. Please take good care of yourself, stay healthy. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you feel like doing that. If you enjoy my content and you'd like to find me elsewhere, I'm going to have linked down below my tarot reading Instagram, my personal Instagram, my Patreon, where you can watch tons of timeless, exclusive pick a card readings just like this one. And you can also decide on topics for future readings. I will link my music channel, which includes the intro song of this video. That is an original song. I'll also have my latest release link down below. And finally, my vlog channel and my merch, which features the floating temple that was at the start of this video. Thank you guys so much for supporting me, my channel, and anything I do. I really appreciate having you here, and I'm sending so much love to you, to your higher self, to your person's higher self, and to anyone else who may have appeared in this reading directly or indirectly. I'm sending love to your spirit guides, your spiritual teams, and all of your loved ones, both here on Earth and in the other realms. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hi, number threes. So if you guys chose the Fluorite heart, this is going to be your reading all about your journey to union with your person. Something that is coming up for this group is a message about a purge. It's like you are currently going through some kind of energetic or emotional purging, or you will be called to do that in the near future. I do feel that this could be something that is quite taxing, like it takes a toll on you. It could be quite uncomfortable. It could even be accompanied by some physical discomfort or symptoms, but it's inevitable. I'm hearing that it's overdue. I do feel that many of you have known that you need to purge something. It's like you kind of know that you have to do it eventually, but you're maybe dreading processing some emotions or like what that will bring up when you start purging things. This could even go back to things you've been holding on to from previous incarnations. And the process of letting go is uncomfortable, but you'll feel much lighter after it's done. I also feel that you have a lot of support from loved ones on the other side right now. They're going to be with you throughout this process. They want you to know that they've never left you. They're also confirming, this is a specific message for those of you who recently felt that maybe you saw a sign of a passed on loved one, but you weren't sure. They want to confirm to you that that was them sending you a sign, that was them trying to communicate with you. They will be with you through this transition to bring you comfort. And I'm seeing a visual of like a little yellow bird, which could be many different things, actually. It could be a little duckling, it could be a canary, a chick, it could be a parakeet. Also, just I'm seeing a cute little yellow bird, which might be a symbol of something. Maybe it's a sign of a loved one even. And they are encouraging you to, you know, it's already a hard thing that you're going through. You don't need to put unnecessary pressure on yourself to be even stronger than you feel like you can be. If you need to lean on certain things for comfort, to give yourself permission to do that, there may be a certain kind of music or certain songs that could bring comfort to you, and your loved ones will lead you to that. They'll be leading you to things that can bring you comfort as you go through this kind of uncomfortable purging and transition. Okay, so that's a message that's coming through. Before we get into the cards, I did just want to use the pendulum to see if there's any other messages for you. There is a message from your person's guides. They're not specifying what it's about, but your person's guides want to say something to you. We have 11. I'm thinking, okay, so your person's guides could be sending you signs and synchronicities as well, because I'm just thinking of the number 1111. Your person's guides, you are in their favor for sure. I believe that they're helping you manifest your dreams. They are helping you with your wishes because they recognize that you have helped your person so much. There may have been a particular time where you offered a lot of support to your person, and their guides are very grateful for that. And so they want to help you. They want to give you blessings. They want to help you make your wishes come true. They also really appreciate the friendship that you and your person have. So you could be friends like in this incarnation right now, or they may be referring to your souls being friends with each other. They really appreciate your friendship. They're saying that you have a friend in them. And now I'm thinking of that Toy Story song, You Got a Friend in Me. You have a friend in this person's spirit guides. You can always call on them. I'm also hearing, I need a friend right now. You and your person both may be just needing comfort right now. Maybe you're needing each other. We have the Sun. Yeah, I feel like you and your person are missing each other, or you're needing each other's affection. And you need each other specifically. The way it's coming through, it's as if, let's say you have a friend named Janet. That name is coming to my mind. And whenever you're really sad, Janet just has this way of making you laugh and you know, tickling that funny bone. And nobody else can really do it like Janet. And so, you know, when you're really sad, you're like, I need Janet to be here cracking her jokes. Or maybe you have a friend named Lindsay who gives really good hugs, and you're like, I don't even remember what name I just said. I need a specific hug from this friend right now. There's like, you specifically need their energy, or they specifically need your energy. Or there's certain things like when you're stressed out and you're like, I know that just my sister will understand me. Nobody else will understand me if I come to them with this problem. Like, I just need to have a really long venting session with my sister. It's like, there's something that no one else can do it like you, or no one else can do it for you like this person. And their guides are encouraging you to lean on each other more and to seek out each other's energy more. And then we have the sign of Virgo. You or your person could have Virgo placements. You don't have to, but that could be extra confirmation. Virgo sun or Aquarius sun in the 11th house. One of you could be a Scorpio rising. But I feel like this is your ability. You and your person have a lovely ability of talking things through with each other and helping each other work through problems. And you're very tuned into each other and always just know what the other needs. You know, sometimes when a person is sad, sometimes they need to talk through it and find solutions. Sometimes they just need a hug. Sometimes they need to just talk about it without trying to fix anything, like just get their feelings out. Sometimes they need a distraction. Sometimes they need to laugh. You know, it really depends. And I think you're just very highly attuned to each other's needs, and you don't judge. You understand that needs and love languages and all that change over time, and you're committed to constantly learning what the other needs in that moment and respecting the dynamic nature of each other's energy. I almost wanted to say you had a really special bond, and I think you still do, but maybe like you were closer in the past or something like that. But their guides are still incredibly appreciative of you. You've done a lot for your person. I'm hearing you saved them, which seems kind of dramatic, but that could be the case for some of you. Okay, so we are going to get into your cards now. So this is the reading that we have today. Starting with the reading here on YouTube, we're going to see what is going on energetically with you, with your person, and with the connection overall. Then we're going to see the energies of your union and see how similar or how different they are from the current energies. And then finally, we're going to look at the specific journey of how you will get to union with your person. And that's going to include your internal journey and your external journey. Then we also have an extended reading today where we are going to see whether your person in the 3D currently feels and experiences the connection with you. If yes, what is their experience of the connection? If no, how will they reach that place where they can recognize the connection with you? We are going to get an honest message from your person, a yes or no from your person. So it will be up to you what question you would like to ask your person, and they will answer yes or no and why. And then any other significant information about your union. So events, places, time frames relating to your union. We'll see what else you need to know about it. So that is the reading that we're going to do today. Starting with checking the current energies. These cards will be you. These cards will be your person. And then this in the middle will be the energy between the two of you. If you feel like these energies are switched, so this is actually them and this is actually you, that is totally fine. It is a strong possibility that you and your person mirror each other. So you could very well feel like you resonate with both sides. Probably by now you've determined whether this is your group or not, but if you don't see yourself anywhere in this spread, then this is probably not your group today. So let's look at the cards for your energy. We have the Goddess of Neptune. Dreams. It's like dreams, feelings, sensitivity, spirituality, and the key to life. And we have Aquarius. Oops, sorry, Fluorite heart. And then for your person, we have the Goddess of Mercury. Neptune and Mercury. That is very much giving, like, channeling messages from each other's higher self. It's very much giving telepathy, gratitude, prayer, and I guess like changing something into a lesson. Like taking an experience and making a lesson out of it. Oh my gosh, and we have Mercury again. Double Mercury on your person's side. I feel like your person's higher self could be very communicative right now. You're probably hearing from them a lot. The fact that we have Mercury coming out twice, it could just be that they really want to connect to you, or there could be a very specific message that their higher self is trying to convey to you right now. Even looking at this bird flying towards you. And maybe you've heard them, because this looks like they're sending you energy with this bird flying towards you, and then this key is like falling into your hand and you're finding it. This one went over your head. So it feels like their higher self has made multiple attempts to communicate with you or send you a message, and it didn't work the first few times, and maybe they finally found the key, so to speak. They finally found the way to get through to you. I can definitely confirm if you've been feeling like, oh, is that a sign from my person? Is this synchronicity pertaining to them? Is their higher self communicating with me? Yes, a lot. They have been trying to send you messages over and over again. With Aquarius here as well, this does feel like star family. I don't know if you resonate with being a star seed, but I'm sort of getting that energy from you and your person, and you have a special bond because of your history together throughout past lives, and are maybe familiar with the same worlds, with the same star systems. You kind of travel together through your lives. For the energy in between the two of you, I'm like getting very emotional. I feel it in my heart space, like this expansive feeling in my heart space. I just feel like your souls have a really, really beautiful friendship. We have the number 33, Gecko, synchronicity, which we've been talking about a lot. Synchronicity, optimism, truth, and mobility. I'm just really getting the feeling for my group number 3s that you could be in a dark place right now or just going through something hard. And your star family, which includes this person and your loved ones, have been trying to send you a lot of signs and messages to cheer you up and to encourage you that you don't have to go through this on your own. My group number 3s, you might be very used to being the glue that holds everyone together. You have to put on a brave face and hold space for everyone else to be vulnerable. And you're allowed to be soft and vulnerable too. I feel like your star family is inviting you, like, you can lean on us now and we'll support you. It's okay to cry if you need to, or to be weak. Like, you don't have to be strong all the time. We think it's really cool if you can show your soft and vulnerable side. Yeah. And there's just a sense of immense gratitude surrounding you. There's a lot of people, a lot of souls who are very, very grateful for you and want to repay you in some way. I wouldn't be surprised if you're receiving a lot of blessings in the near future, because there's so many souls who want to repay you for how you have helped them and for the kindness that you have shown them. And this could even go back to previous lifetimes. You may still be reaping good karma from previous lifetimes. You've touched so many, group number 3. You have helped so many souls on their journey. And you have a beautiful soul family, and this person is in your soul family for sure. And you've taken on many different forms together, not just human forms, even animal forms, even ET forms. I'm probably a broken record, but you have a beautiful friendship. And this person's soul has been really calling out to you, and they want you to know that they're here. I wonder if you're no longer in communication with this person, or if there's some kind of distance between the two of you, at least in the 3D. Because I just hear them they're trying to get your attention, like, I'm still here. I'm here for you. You're not alone. There's that kind of feeling. And optimism is just, optimism and truth I really like, because, optimism shows us hoping for the best or anticipating a positive outcome, and they're saying that's the truth. Like, even if you were being realistic, being optimistic is the most realistic thing when it comes to this connection. You have this beautiful bond with this soul that is not going anywhere. Let's see what the energy of your union is. Oh, also, like, Mercury in Aquarius, that could be a relevant placement. Mercury in Pisces as well. So we're going to pull some tarot cards for the energy of your union. We have the Knight of Coins, the Queen of Swords, then we have the Tower, the Five of Wands, and the Nine of Wands. There are some challenging energies here. And I do feel that many of you who chose this group, yeah, you're either not talking to this person. Your souls is a different story, but you're either not talking to this person, or you haven't seen them in a long time, or you've been waiting for them for a long time, or you feel some kind of distance with each other, because not only are these kind of challenging energies, but just this imagery, it looks like a desert. The colors are kind of washed out, which is not the case for all of the cards in this deck. These ones in particular, they look kind of washed out, like faded away. It looks a bit barren. It just kind of feels like your relationship is maybe not what it used to be. And I feel like union for this group, you coming into union with your person, would be represented by the moment where you both decide to patch things up, so to speak, or when you decide to repair or rebuild the connection, to like get it back to what it was before. And that may take, I feel like that would take time and work with this Knight of Pentacles. And maybe that's because of certain things that have transpired between the two of you. There may be certain things that take time to heal, or that it takes time to get used to. There may be certain logistical processes, like things just take time. One example that is coming to my mind, and this is just an example to illustrate the energy, is like if one of you like married someone else but it didn't work out, and you want to get back together, but you can't get back together until a divorce is final. Or, you know, that's just an example when I talk about certain processes that take time. Or it could be like someone getting a visa, or someone being able to move, or something finishing, or something finally starting in somebody's life, and it just, you have to wait a certain amount of time. I do feel like the barriers between the two of you, it's more than just emotional. It's not just like, oh, I miss this person, but I feel weird about reaching out to them, or I feel nervous, or I'm afraid. It's that it feels like there's actual external factors that might make it difficult to rebuild the connection, like physical distance, or one or both of you having other commitments or other responsibilities that kind of take you away from each other, or maybe certain things happen between the two of you that left a bad taste in your mouth, and you need time to heal from them. It's not impossible, but I think it would take a big commitment, and it would take a lot of trust in each other, and just also in the process, and it would take a lot of patience. I feel that one or both of you might have to cut certain things out of your life to make room for each other. It's like you wouldn't come into union with the exact same things that are currently on your plate, with the exact same things that you're currently committed to. This is a interesting example, but I just saw two people who are best friends, and one of them got famous, and then the other friend is like, man, you've really changed. Like, you're not the same person anymore. And then they had kind of a falling out because the fame got to this person's head. Maybe that's just an example, but like one of you could have really like let something get to your head. Maybe someone started making a lot of money, and then they just changed, and you can still repair things, but one of you is kind of wary because it's like, well, you're still famous, you're still making a ton of money, and like, I didn't like how that changed you, or how you let it get to your head, and like, how can I know that if like things aren't just going to be more of the same if we repair the friendship? Like, someone might need time to trust again, or you might need some time to get reacquainted with like new versions of each other or something like that. And these examples could be metaphorical, right? It doesn't have to be exactly what's happening. But I just feel like time and effort would be required, and one or both of you might have to remove certain things from your life to make room for each other, or to show that you're really serious about repairing things. It could even be, I'm seeing a lot of specific examples of like, now I feel like I need, I have a bee and a seahorse, and these people, the bee and the seahorse were friends, but then the seahorse was hanging around the hummingbird, and the bee like really can't stand the hummingbird because the hummingbird did something terrible to the bee. And it's like, if you are going to be friends with the hummingbird, that will not fly with me, because you know what the hummingbird did to me. So how can you even associate with the hummingbird? Like that, I can't forgive that. How could you be friends with that person? You know what they did. And so if they want to repair things, seahorse might need, and it's not like the bee is forcing them, but seahorse might need to cut things off with hummingbird to show that they really care or that they're really serious. It's like someone might have to cut something out. I hope that those visual animals were helpful, because they were helpful to me. Yeah, like we got to really show with action and show that we're willing to take the time to make things happen. And, you know, there's the tower, which the tower hasn't completely fallen over, as you can see, but it's definitely taken some hits. It's got hit by a storm, by rain, by lightning, and it's chipped away. But what I like about this tower is that the foundation is still there. So it can be rebuilt, but it will take time. I remember I did a tour of a temple when I was in interpretation school, because we were practicing like being a tour guide. And man, things getting bombed, things burning down, and they just rebuild it, like national landmarks. And I know that's happened to so many historical monuments around the world, but it's crazy the efforts that we've put in to restore things and refurbish things. They can really take damage, and we're just so resilient. We will build them back up again. So it is possible, you know, when something is really precious, you can rebuild it. And this connection for my group number 3s, it does seem like something that you would be rebuilding. You know, even 5 of Wands, it's conflict. I feel like something maybe happened between the two of you, and you know, we've been talking quite a bit about past lives throughout this group as well. So there may be wounds from past lives that you're revisiting. You and this person might kind of play out the same dynamic between each other. Wait, what did I say? Yeah, the same dynamic between each other over the course of many lives, until you're able to kind of figure it out. The 9 of Wands says to hold on to what matters to you, to not give up on how far you've come. You've built such a beautiful relationship, and I know that their guides don't want you to give up, and your guides don't want you to give up. And that's not an order that they give you from their own will, like, we like you together, so we don't want you to give up. They say that because they can see your energies, and they can see how your souls still have so much love for each other, and they can see how you miss each other, and you want to be together. That's why they tell you not to give up, because they see that this tower can be rebuilt. They already see what the tower looks like when it's rebuilt, and it's beautiful. So it would take time, it would take resilience, but I feel like the energy of your union, it's similar to the beautiful love that you already share, but it's even stronger. It's even more resilient. It's even more durable. Like your bond would be stronger than ever before. your relationship, I'm just looking at these butterflies. You know, it's the same creature as a caterpillar, but it's vastly different, but it's still the same soul. It's like, it's going to be different. You may not be able to go back exactly to how things were before. It's going to be a bit different, but it's still going to be beautiful. That love at the core is going to be the same. It just might look different. Your relationship might take a little bit of a different form or have a little bit of a different dynamic, but it's going to be good. It will just take some getting used to. It's going to be different, but it's going to be okay. That's how it's coming through. So, for the last part of this reading, we are going to use a different tarot deck and look more at the specific journey of how you would be coming into union with this person. And I'm going to take reversals with this deck. So if a card comes up in the upright, then this indicates your external journey, so actions that you're taking out in the world to get closer to them. And then reversals will indicate your internal journey. So, inner work that might need to be done, or a mindset shift that would bring you closer to your person. There may be a lot of things at this time that are reminding you of your person, and that is no accident. I think this person prays for you, or whether they're praying to see you again or praying to get closer to you, or they're just keeping you in their prayers in general, like wishing the best for you. One thing you may need to know is that this person doesn't have ill will towards you. Like if you're holding on to any worries like that, or any regrets about what you did or didn't do, they don't see that at all. They just remember how lovely you were. They don't harbor any like bad feelings towards you. I think their higher self doesn't want you to stress over the coulda, woulda, shoulda things. If you start thinking like that, you'll get yourself stuck. You'll never end if you start thinking like that. And it's not helpful. I'm also hearing there's nothing you could have done differently. So maybe their higher self wants to reassure you that you did the best you could with the knowledge you had at that time, with the power you had at that time. Like they don't want you to regret anything or feel like you messed anything up. There may be something even that like they're taking full responsibility for it. If something happened between the two of you, their higher self hopes that you don't think any of it was your fault. If anything, they would want to take the blame. Group number 3s. Ooh, I just randomly got like a feeling of excitement in my chest. So sensations seem to come up in my chest, in my heart space for this group. So that might be an energy center that you want to pay attention to. But I just randomly, it was as if I was getting excited for something that's coming up soon. So something to note. Group number 3's journey to their person. Group number 3's journey to their person. We have the moon in reverse. We have the 4 of Cups in the upright. And that's three that came out at the same time. But we'll take them all as one energy. The Star in the upright, the Eight of Cups in the upright, and the Five of Pentacles in reverse. And then how many is that? Two came out at the same time. Seven of Pentacles in the upright and the Ace of Cups in reverse. And then at the bottom of the deck, we have the Hanged One in the upright, which this is the same card that group number 2 got for their bottom of the deck energy, which is interesting. No, I can put this here. That's fine. I didn't feel called to say this for the other groups, but for some reason I do feel called to say this for my group number 3s, which is that this is your journey laid out, and you could, at the time that you're watching this, be at any point in this journey. Like, you could be here in the beginning stages. Some of you could be already here, like on the precipice of coming into union with your person. So as I'm describing sort of the series of events, maybe it will be good to think about where you feel like you are currently at. If you feel like you're more over here with the energy I'm describing over here, then that could be a sign that you're still a bit of a ways away from coming into union. But if you resonate with this energy over here, then that will be a sign that you are very, very close to coming into union with your person. I do think that the universe has heard both of you. I think that both of you have made it clear that deep down you are desiring union or reunion. The universe has heard you, and the universe has made a plan to facilitate this. But it will require, I'm hearing, absolute faith. And there may be a lot of stuff going on to facilitate your union that you don't actually see unfolding in front of you. So to your physical eyes, it might look like things are not happening. What the experience might feel like is that from day to day, nothing is happening. And it's like you keep praying for union or reunion. And you receive, the reason you're receiving signs too is because the universe is saying, I've heard you, and I'm working on it. In fact, I'm already done. The universe is like, as soon as I received your wish, the plan was done. Because when you made that wish, that was giving me the green light so I could enact the plan. But a lot of the plan is stuff happening outside of your field of vision. Things lining up outside of what you can perceive with your 5 senses. But to think that nothing is happening just because it's not happening in front of your eyes, like in your living room right now, it would be inaccurate to say that the universe isn't making moves. So I think the universe wants you to keep in mind that things are happening, like behind the scenes, as we call it, so to speak. Things are just happening where you can't see it yet. Now, yeah, I mean, there's already a divine plan for your union or for your reunion in place. And that alone should be relief. Like, there's nothing else for you to worry about. There's nothing else for you to do. I kind of want to start here because I feel like this is a turning point in your journey where you end something or walk away from something in your life. But in order to do that, you needed to have hope that your life could be better. And you needed to change your values or let go of something material. Okay, an example of this would be like if somebody was staying in a job that they weren't happy in because A, they were making money, and B, they didn't really believe that their dream job was out there. Because the cards, like this Eight of Cups talks about an ending or you walking away from something that is not fulfilling you anymore and searching for something more fulfilling. And this is an important step to coming into union with your person. The Star means not just having hope for your future, but believing that your dream life is possible. And then the Five of Pentacles indicates material lack. So it's like you're giving up something material, but you're gaining something even more valuable. So I feel like leaving a job is such a perfect example of that, because it's like you have to give up. Yes, you have to give up some form of financial gain, but you would gain something even greater, which is freedom, passion, fulfillment, authenticity. And then you have to also, the other ingredient in being able to walk away is believing that I can get my dream job or I can find a better job out there for me. If you don't believe that there's anything better out there, then you can just stay where you are forever. So you have to give something up to receive something greater, which is scary. Because you have to you don't see the proof that something greater is out there. You just have to have faith. It feels a little bit as if you were walking away from a soul-crushing job without the other job lined up, and you just have faith like the universe will find something for me. It does feel like taking a leap of faith, and then maybe there's a little period where you don't have money coming in or something. It feels like taking some kind of financial hit or losing some kind of material value, because emotionally you're so over it that staying for material reasons, like you can't even do it anymore. The other example I'm thinking of is someone leaving an apartment because they hate it there. And it's like, well, if you end your lease early, you have to pay a penalty. And they're like, I don't care. I'll just pay the penalty. I'll cut my losses. I hate it here. Like you want to get out if you're so bad that you're willing to like take a hit of some kind or lose something of value. Interesting. I'm also thinking of a public figure who's sick of their persona. And they're like, I don't want to do this anymore. I just want to be the real me. Oh, well, you'll lose fans if you do that. Or you'll lose this brand deal if you do that. And they're like, I literally don't care anymore. Just like, I'll lose it. I don't care. I feel like that's what this Five of Pentacles is. Because what I have to gain on the other side of that is so much greater. So there was that message with the Queen of Swords about someone needing to cut something out of their life to like make room for union with this person, or to show that they're really serious about it. And I feel like that energy could definitely apply to you and maybe to your person as well, but this is your journey. I also think a big part of this is admitting that you're not satisfied with what you have anymore. Maybe because this is something external. This could be like saying it out loud for the first time, or just not. There's something about you're in a situation or in an environment that is stale, like you've outgrown it or it's not serving you anymore, and you've just been coasting in it. Because maybe another reason could be that maybe you feel guilty. Like, especially if you're leaving a community behind, saying like, oh, I've outgrown this. It's like you don't want it to come across as if you've outgrown the community and like you're better than them, or you don't care about them anymore, or something like that, or that you're not grateful for everything that this opportunity did give you. you have to, like, there's this walking away, but the step before that is like admitting it. Because the Four of Cups, it is dissatisfaction, discontentment, boredom, like there's something missing, but it's also like there's something you're not seeing, or there's something you're not addressing. You might facing the fact of like, you know what, I am kind of bored of this, I am kind of tired of this, or I do feel like I'm not getting as much out of this anymore. Like something about just admitting that could be difficult. You feel guilty, or you feel ungrateful, or you feel pessimistic. Like that's not very looking at the bright side of me, or something like that. But this has been, you've been ruminating on this subconsciously, like this nagging feeling that something isn't right, or that something isn't missing. The fact that this is a step to your union is so interesting. It's like everything that is, maybe this is part of the purge that we picked up earlier, because it was like something that you know is inevitable, you know needs to happen. You know it needs to happen, but you can't bring yourself to acknowledge the discomfort, or like to face the discomfort. Their higher self has been facilitating this journey too, trying to shine light on what isn't working anymore. And I think it starts as just this little nagging feeling that you can't really place. And then it becomes more and more obvious about what you need to do. And honestly, I feel like the ending is the most important thing. It might sound weird to say, but it's not so much about what you do next. It's just about the ending, which it might sound contradictory to even advice that I've said in other readings, and what we often say, which is like, if you're gonna walk away from something, you should have your next thing lined up. You should have your next thing planned. And in this case, you might not. I kind of feel like you might not, with the Seven of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups in reverse next. It's very much this, it could even be this feeling of, I don't know what I want to do. I just know that I don't want to do this. And that's valid. Or I don't know. I know what I want to do. I don't know how I'm going to make it happen yet, but I'm going to make space for it in my life right now and just see what happens. And that's valid too. Like the Star, the Hanged Man, there's definitely leap of faith type vibes here. I don't know where I want to go. I just know that I don't want to be here. And that's all I need to know right now. All I need to know right now is that this is not it. This is not it for me. And by cutting off this energy, I'm showing the universe that I'm ready to be led to what is next. I'm ready to be guided to the next thing. And I do feel like there may be a period of limbo, a period of in-between that you have to be comfortable with. I think this is a metaphorical example, but I'm seeing a person who hasn't been single in a really long time because they would just go from one relationship to the other, and that's what they've been used to doing. And now for the first time, it's like someone who they wouldn't, even if they didn't have feelings for their partner anymore, even if they were over the relationship, they wouldn't break up unless they knew they had a next relationship lined up. And for the first time, they're like, I'm so unhappy in this relationship that I'm just going to be single. Even though I've been afraid of being single for so long, I'm just going to be single because I just need to get out of this relationship. I don't know who my next partner is, but that doesn't matter. I'm just going to end it. Or, someone who wouldn't leave a job unless they had a next one lined up, which is maybe more common. But now they're like, I literally don't care if I'm going to be unemployed for a while. I just know that I want to get the F out of here. Like, that's the kind of feeling of what you're going through. And I feel like it will be some time until you find the next thing. And that might make you kind of nervous, or that might make you unhappy, because you're like, universe, I did the thing, I walked away, like what the heck, what's happening next? And it is going to take some time. And I actually feel like this in-between period is a blessing in disguise. This in-between period is part of the plan. It was written into the divine plan that you would have. It's not even an in-between, because it is an event. You're just not moving to the next thing yet. And that's a part of it. And I feel like your person is actually going to find you in this in-between, because you are meant to start the next thing with them, or you're meant to start the next thing with them in your life. I want to just take a couple of clarifiers of how your person is going to find you. So we know you're in what you might feel is in an in-between. You're stuck in a limbo. What do you mean, universe? I walked away. Where's my next thing? Where's my new beginning? And this is where your person finds you. But how do they find you? The Four of Pentacles. This feels like, first of all, this also feels divinely guided, but it feels like them offering you assistance. And I'm also hearing like humility. I don't know if that's you being humble, like they're offering you help and you have the humility to accept it, or they're being humble in some way by offering you this help. You might, I feel like this is only for a few of you, but you might be staying with this person for some time, or like they're staying at your house temporarily, or you're staying at their house temporarily. It feels like you're living together for a while. And if you already know each other, it could be like a favor that one of you is doing the other person, like, oh yeah, I'll let you stay with me for a while, or vice versa. Or if you haven't met this person yet, you could end up being roommates. It's like the energy of, let's say you're like, I'm gonna quit this job, and then I'm gonna find a new job in New York or something. And then you quit the job, but you haven't found anything in New York. And so you're like, well, I'm not going to move to New York until I find something. But like, I need a place to go. And there's something about setting up the next thing is taking longer than you expected. And so you have to, oh my God, I'm being shown this scene in Shrek when Shrek is taking Fiona to Lord Farquaad's castle, and it's starting to get dark. And so Fiona's like, oh shit, because when it gets dark, Fiona's going to turn into an ogre. And so she's like, we need to set up camp. And Shrek is like, no, like Shrek just wants to keep going. And Fiona's like, I need to find a place to set up camp now. And so they're like, okay. They set up camp. Little do they know it's because Fiona is going to turn into an ogre when it gets dark. But they don't know that. So to Shrek, it just feels like, oh, why are you delaying my plans? But it's something that's very important to their love story. the fact that Fiona turns into an ogre. So how does this relate to your life, you might be asking? Well, the universe is asking you to set up camp when all you want to do is just move forward to the next thing. And I feel like you're going to be in resistance to that. It's like, you know, you want to move to New York, you're looking for a job in New York, and the universe is saying like, well, that's not going to happen for another while, so I think that you should look for a place to stay where you currently are. You're like, I don't want to do that. Like if I find a new place to live here, then that's making a commitment to stay here for the next while, and that's not in my plan. And the universe is like, well, you're setting up camp here. So there's something you feel like the universe is blocking you, but the universe is not blocking you. The universe is saying, stay where you are, because this is where stuff is happening. This is the X on the map of where you're supposed to be right now to meet your blessings and to meet your union with your person. I'm not delaying anything. I'm not like holding you up from something. I'm keeping you where you are meant to be, because you told me that you wanted to come into union with your person. And so I am just obeying your wishes. It's like you're trying to move on to the next thing. You're trying to get out of somewhere, but the next thing is being delayed and you're getting frustrated. So that person is like, oh, damn it. Like, okay, well, if I'm not going to move anytime soon, then I guess I will look for an apartment here. But this is setting my plans back so much. Like I wanted to move by the end of this year, but it's just not happening. And so I guess I'll look for a place here. And so it's like you're reluctantly staying somewhere. You're reluctantly not starting the next chapter yet. You're reluctantly setting up camp. And that's how your person finds you. So, you know, in that example, okay, I guess I'll like get an apartment here. And then this person is like, ends up being your roommate or something. Or, oh, I guess I'll stay in my hometown for another 6 months, which I'm so pissed about because I wanted to be out of here. And then your person moves back or visits back to your hometown. And you would have missed them if you had taken off early. It's like the universe is holding you somewhere so that they can find you. And there is something about like home or houses, like you end up living together or you end up staying with each other. You could end up being neighbors. You're back in your hometown or something like that. But you need to like stay where you are. You need to get comfortable in what you feel is an in-between of your life, but it's not an in-between. It's its own beautiful season. Imagine it like if you're the producer of a TV show and someone's like, yeah, there's season 1 and season 2, so it's just like an in-between season. And then there's season 3. It's like, hey, I worked really hard on season 2. What do you mean it's an in-between? What do you mean it's a filler? Like, no, this is not an in-between. This is your life. It just seems like an in-between because of maybe some plans that you've made, but life often happens outside of our plans, and the universe is just keeping you here because it's just respecting your wishes that you want to come into union and you got to be here. So that's that. And then your plans might change. You might say, you know what, screw New York, I'm gonna stay here. Or maybe you and your person find a place in New York together, but you needed to meet first and now you can live together in New York. Or maybe you decide to go to the Bahamas instead. The world is your oyster, but the universe would not hold you somewhere unless you were meant to be there, and unless it would bring you happiness in the end, unless there was a reason for it. Yeah. So group number 3s, I think that that's everything for your messages here. So we're going to take it over to the extended now, where we are going to see, does your person in the 3D currently feel and experience the connection with you? If so, how do they experience it? If not, how will they ultimately reach that place where they do recognize the connection with you? We are going to get an honest message from your person that will also be from their 3D self. A yes or no answer from your person, whatever question you would like to ask them. And then we're going to see any other information you should know about this union. significant events, places, or time frames relating to the union. So if that sounds good to you and you would like to join me over in the extended, I'm going to have that link down below in the description as well as in the pinned comment of this video. However, if you're going to leave the reading here, I want to say thank you so much for letting me do this reading for you. I hope you have a wonderful day or night whenever you're watching, and I wish you all the best. Please take good care of yourself, stay healthy. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you feel like doing that. If you enjoy my content and you'd like to find me elsewhere, I'm going to have a link down below my tarot reading Instagram, my personal Instagram, my Patreon, where you can watch tons of timeless, exclusive pick a card readings just like this one, and you can also decide on topics for future videos. I will link my music channel, which includes the intro song of this video. That is an original song. I'll also have my latest release link down below. And finally, my vlog channel and my merch, which features the floating temple that was at the start of this video. Thank you guys so much for supporting me, my channel, and anything I do. I really appreciate having you here, and I'm sending so much love to you, to your higher self, to your person's higher self, to anyone else who appeared in this reading directly or indirectly, to your spirit guides, your spiritual team, and all of your loved ones, both here on earth and in the other realms. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hi number 4s, so if you guys chose the zebra calcite, this is going to be your reading all about your journey to union with your person. Before I started filming for this group, I had a visual of a horse running really fast. So there could be a message for you in that. There could be something about speed, like your life is going to start speeding up, or something is happening very soon. There could be a message about freedom or freeing yourself from something. Time flies as well. Like, enjoy where you're at in this moment in life right now, because the time will go by really fast. Remember to be present. I'm being shown you, and you're sitting in a roller coaster, which maybe this is not going to be the best analogy if you don't like roller coasters, but I'm seeing you and you're sitting in the ride and your like seatbelt, whatever thing is on, and you're really excited to go on this ride. And now the staff has to do that thing. You know, they check everybody's seatbelt, make sure it's secure. They give each other the okay. And when you really want to go on the ride and you're really excited, that feels like it takes forever. You know what I mean? Even though it's probably only a minute that they're checking everybody and checking with each other, when you're sitting in that ride and you're ready to go, it feels like an eternity. So I'm being shown this visual to represent you. It's like you're sitting in that ride. You're exactly where you need to be. You're ready to go, like for something that you're really desiring. And there's a final check or a final preparation that is happening right now. That is routine, that needs to happen. Like the universe or your spiritual team is doing some final checks. But because you're so excited and you're so anxious to get the ball rolling, it feels like it is taking forever. Something very exciting is about to happen for you, group number 4, I guess is the message. There's also something coming through that you need to get more comfortable with being silly and letting loose, and to not be afraid of being cringe, because if you are afraid of looking silly to people, or if you're afraid of looking cringe to people, you are going to miss out on a lot of fun and miss out on a lot of creativity. No matter what you do, someone is going to think it's cringe or someone is going to think it's dumb, and it really doesn't matter. You could be trying your best to be really serious and mature and put together, and there's still someone who's going to be like, that's cringe. So why are we wasting our energy? Embrace the cringe, embrace the silliness, embrace the freedom. Allow yourself to explore and experiment. Okay, so those are your messages. Before we get into the cards, I did just want to bring out my pendulum and see if there are any other messages for you. Okay, there aren't. So we're gonna get into the cards now. So we have the reading here on YouTube as well as an extended. Here on YouTube, we're going to see what is going on with you energetically, what is going on with your person energetically, and what is going on in your connection right now. Then we're going to see the energies of your union and see how similar or different it is to your current energy. And then we are going to look at the actual specific journey of you going into union with your person. And this is going to be both the internal journey and the external journey. And then we have an extended today as well, where we're going to see, does your person currently in the 3D feel or experience the connection with you? If so, what is their experience like? If not, how will they eventually reach that place of recognizing the connection with you? Then we're going to get an honest message from your person, a yes or no from your person. So it will be up to you what question you'd like to ask them, and they will answer yes or no and explain why. And then finally, we'll see any other things you need to know about your union, significant events, places, or time frames pertaining to your union. So that is the reading that we're going to be doing today. And so let's get into your cards. These are going to represent you. These are going to represent your person. You may feel like the energies are switched, so this is actually them and this is actually you. That is totally fine. It is highly likely that you and your person are mirroring each other, so you may actually resonate with both sides. But if you don't see your energy anywhere in this spread, then this is perhaps not your group today. So let's see what we have for your energy. Ooh, we have number 11. We have the goddess of Sirius A. Share, emotional healing, and this is like sacred sex, but this could be sex as in gender, like divine masculine, divine feminine energy, but it could also be like sexuality. And then we have the waxing gibbous moon. Then for your person, we have number 45 with the goddess of contraction and the keyword no. And then we have last quarter moon. And for the energy between the two of you, we have number 36, the orange-bellied parrot. Radiance, expression, communication. Oh, acceleration. Exactly what I was picking up on at the very start of the reading. Acceleration. This could be, because this is the energy between the two of you. So both of you could be experiencing this where your lives are speeding up. And I do think this is partly just something that is happening for you. Like the universe is facilitating the acceleration of your lives. But I also think it's a decision that both of you are consciously making, that it's kind of like a seize the day. I am no longer going to put things off in my life. When I want to do something, I'm going to do it. I'm not stalling anymore. I'm not procrastinating anymore. So it's like you are picking up the pace. This could be, there's a realization of like life is short, or you're just overcome with passion for what you want to do and you're ready to make it happen. What's interesting is that your energy is one of growth right now, because you have the number 11, a number of new beginnings, and you have a waxing moon. Your person has a waning energy because they have this last quarter moon. So this moon is waning, and they are the goddess of contraction. So you're in a growing energy and they're in a shrinking energy, even though both of you are going through this acceleration right now. So the way you are going to experience this acceleration is there's all these things that I want to do that I've been putting off, and I'm not going to put them off anymore. It may be one particular thing, a particular dream, a goal, a project, like something you've wanted to make happen. And now you're picking up the speed. You're like, I am no longer going to put this off to tomorrow, next week, next month. I'm going to do it right now. And so when you start speeding up, there's something that is growing in your life. Meanwhile, for your person, this acceleration means getting rid of something. So there's something that your person has been wanting to leave behind, has been wanting to stop doing, but they're putting it off. So they've been kind of coasting with this thing that they don't really want in their life anymore. And now they're finally like, no, I'm getting rid of it. This stops now. And so no. And so this thing is shrinking. You are no longer postponing the pursuit of what you want. And your person is no longer postponing leaving behind what they don't want. You're like really taking life into your own hands, both of you. I'm so proud of you. I think it's funny that just this is in English, because obviously this is a Japanese deck and the keywords throughout all the groups have been in Japanese, and then there's just this English no. It's a pretty universal word. There's a lot of languages that no is like no or something similar. Maybe your person is bilingual or learning another language or something like that. I don't know. This no is humorous to me. Also, the way she's like flipping her skirt. It's a no with flair. She's like, nope, bye-bye, and like walking away from something. And I just realized your person, numerologically, this is a number 9. So that is a number of completion or near completion. So you're really growth, new beginnings. Your person is completions, tying up loose ends, walking away. But both of you are going through this, like whatever needs to happen, it's being sped up. It's like, let's just get this over with. We know what needs to be done. We know what we want to do. We're going to do it. Neither of you are just hanging around and letting life happen to you. You're really taking an active role in your life, which is wonderful. You're both in an energy of realizing things that have been holding you back as well. So for you, like we spoke about before, you have been realizing that your fear of looking silly or your fear of looking cringe or your fear of making a fool of yourself has really stopped you from experimenting and having fun and freely expressing yourself. So you no longer care how people are going to perceive you. You're just going to express yourself freely. Your person, I think they've been realizing that their attempts to look on the bright side of life, or their attempts to be diplomatic, I'm hearing, has really caused them a lot of the time to ignore their own standards and ignore their own boundaries. And I don't know why this is the example that's coming to my mind, but it's like if they were at a restaurant and the server brought them the wrong order, and they're like, oh, but you know what? I like this too, and they're busy. I don't want to bother them to make it again. Like, I'm very fine with this. And so they just don't say anything and they eat their wrong order. And they're moving into an energy where now they're like, no, this is actually not what I asked for, honey. Like, I don't know why they're coming through with like a sass, but this is giving, it's like that meme where it's like me in my villain era, but it's just me asserting my boundaries and like not being a people pleaser anymore. I feel like your person is done with people pleasing energy. And another example would be if they had a half empty glass and they're sitting there trying to do these mental gymnastics about how can I just be appreciative that at least, well, you know what, at least the glass is half full. At least it's half of what I was hoping for. When they could have easily just been like, hey, my glass is half empty. Can you please fill it up all the way like you said you were going to, or like I asked, They're expecting people to follow through with what they're supposed to do, or like hold up their end of your agreements, is not being in your villain era. It's literally just pointing out the reality of a situation, or like pointing out what you like what you are owed in that situation even. I'm even seeing instances where your person would lend someone money and then never get paid back, and they feel bad to be like, hey, do you have my money? And so they just never bring it up again. Like they've really been in this energy of erasing themselves, and not only what they want, but sometimes things that they are owed, because they're like, oh well, maybe, I don't know, maybe they're going through a hard time, I don't want to bother them, and then it's just eating away inside of them, and they're not going to do that anymore. I think they're starting to be a bit more assertive and making sure that their needs are met and making sure that their boundaries are respected. That's something that's really important to them, and they're probably starting to see how they have suffered and how their life has suffered because of it. They're also feeling like they could have been more successful, and not in a way where they're not blaming anybody else, but they're like, man, if only I had been more committed to my boundaries and my expectations, I could be at a very different place in my life right now. But so many times I just stayed quiet when I really wanted more or when I really expected more, because I didn't want to like ruffle any feathers. And it's like they kind of regret now. They could have been more assertive. And there may be moments as well where you're like, damn, if only I wasn't so self-conscious back then. Like I was so worried what people would think of me that I didn't take that opportunity. And like, man, I should have. You could both be kind of in this reminiscing energy. Your experience is really mirroring each other. It's just like the core frequency is the same, but your lived experience is different, if that makes sense. And then in the middle, we have this orange-bellied parrot. Orange belly makes me think of the sacral chakra, because your sacral chakra is orange and it's in your belly. So that energy center could be relevant for this group. You could both be creatives. You could have a clairsentient connection. So you can telepathically feel their emotions and vice versa. Sometimes it might even be hard to discern, like, is this my feeling? Is this my emotion that I'm experiencing right now? Or is this my person? Like, yeah, picking up on each other's emotions a lot. Picking up on each other's even internal dialogue or higher self. If you've ever had a moment where your own internal dialogue is going on, and then just some thought comes out of left field and you're like, what does that even mean? That's probably inner monologue, not dialogue. Whatever. Maybe you have an internal dialogue with this person's higher self, but I feel like you could have a clairsentient connection, a claircognizant connection where their inner voice just kind of pops up in your head sometimes, and it makes no sense with what you were just thinking about. It would be as if you are like in your office at work and you're like, oh shit, I forgot that I made tea and the kettle's probably not even hot anymore. And you're like, what does that mean? Because it's their internal monologue, and you're like, I didn't make no tea. Like, what are you talking about? That's the kind of connection I think you have, like with communication, expression, acceleration. I feel your feelings for each other could be growing exponentially, or they did grow very, very quickly. The sacral chakra, it can also be sexual energy if that's something you resonate with, especially because you had that message of like sacred sex. Like you could be connecting more to that aspect of the connection, or that kind of attraction could be there. There could be a particular energy that you're working with right now as well. Like you may be trying to embody more of divine masculine energy, or trying to embody more of divine feminine energy right now, or working on balancing them and finding the harmony between the two of them. Is there anything else to note? I don't think so. So anyway, let's get into your tarot, and we are going to see the energy of your union. Yeah, Sirius, you could resonate with like Sirius being a star seed from Sirius. You could feel a connection to underwater worlds. This even kind of looks like a whirlpool. Or to mermaids, whales, dolphins. These white flowers are kind of reminding me of the Six of Cups as well. The zodiac signs Leo, Virgo, Libra, and Scorpio are coming through. So one or both of you could have placements in those signs. You don't have to, but that could be extra confirmation for you. Okay, I think we're done shuffling. Yeah, I love your current energies though. You're both really getting your stuff together and really seizing your own lives. It's like you're not letting your lives pass you by. And you know what you need to do. Both of you. Both of you have exceptional internal guidance systems, which I think you need to give yourself more credit for, because someone's framing it like, man, I was really disconnected from my intuition. Like, for example, if looking back in the past, you think, oh, I should have asserted my boundary there, but I didn't. And letting that make you feel disconnected from your intuition. It's like, no, because you knew in that moment that it didn't feel right. So you were tapped into your inner voice. You were tapped into your intuition. It's not that you're disconnected from it. It's just that it takes, hearing it is one thing and listening to it is another thing. You can hear your intuition. Always. You're always connected to it. It takes bravery to really listen though, and to really act on it. But don't ever think that you can't hear your inner voice, or that like you're disconnected from your intuition. It's not true, because even if you did act against it, so to speak, you knew in that moment. You felt it in that moment. Both of you have really, really amazing internal guidance systems. And I'm hearing, if you weren't connected to your internal guidance system, you wouldn't be here today. You wouldn't be where you are today. And I think both of you, your spiritual teams, want you to give yourself more credit. Give yourselves more credit, I should say. Just looking at these, like 11:45 could be that, like that could be a time, something happening at 11:45. (11:36) could be a time too, like maybe it's someone's birth time, or something's happening before midnight kind of thing. Okay, the energy of group number 4's union. Also, look at how cute this seal is. I love that. He's staring into my heart. Okay, sorry. This person, definitely their heart really flutters when they are around you, or when they think about you, or when they daydream about you. And it's very, that's that Six of Cups energy. Like, it's very pure, it's very innocent. This person only has the purest of intentions for you. I don't know if you were ever doubting that, but in case you needed to hear that, it's true. They have a lot of respect for you. There may be certain things that you, like if there's things you haven't told this person because you think they would judge you, or even if you haven't met this person before and you're like, but what would they think about this about me? Or like this thing from my past, maybe they would judge me if they knew blah, blah, blah. No, they wouldn't. They would not. I also don't think this isn't really someone who judges people for their past anyway. They judge you for who you are right now and like what you've done with your past or what you've done since your past. I know this song has come up in when I'm doing a reading before, but the Backstreet Boys song, it's like, I don't care who you are, where you're from, don't care what you did, as long as you love me. Okay, we have 3 of coins. So your union energy definitely involves collaboration, working together, possibly like belonging to some kind of team or group or community together. A team of like-minded people. We also have the Wheel of Fortune. If you know this person's birth chart, honestly, even if you don't know their birth time, looking at their placements or looking at how their placements fall into your chart, observing your birth charts could also tell you a lot about what your union would be like. I do have to say, the 3 of coins, this is a Mars in Capricorn card. Mars is exalted in the sign of Capricorn. We have exaltation of the planet Mars. I feel like there's, the word outstanding is coming to my mind. An outstanding physical compatibility between the 2 of you. Outstanding physical energy or physical stamina, something like that coming through. You might really enjoy doing physical activity together. And that could be like exercising, you know. You might have a big like exercising milestone together, like for example running a marathon or like doing a weightlifting competition, or I don't know, becoming yoga instructors. It could be so many different things, right? There's some milestone with physical activity. I'm not gonna lie, that's not the first thing that came to my mind when I was talking about physical compatibility. It was a little something else, which is also, that's also true, but we have more Mars energy here. Thank you, group number 4, for flustering your boy Kino. Oh my goodness me. It could also be that you have similar bodies in the sense of like, this is such a weird message, but like maybe you both have you both have the same ideal temperature, you know? Because imagine if you're like a couple and you're sleeping in bed at night and one of you is like, oh my God, it's so cold in here. And one of you is like, no, it's so hot in here. We need to open the window. No, we need more blankets. No, it's like your body, the habits of your body or the state of your body is very similar. So it's like you will be comfortable at the same temperature. You will be comfortable in the same humidity. Maybe these things are more important than you realize, especially if you're like living together, traveling together and stuff. You will get hungry at the same time. Like we had lunch 3.87 hours ago. We're both getting hungry now. This is perfect. Like it feels like your bodies are in sync like that. Or like if you were hiking, you'll both get tired and you'll both want to call it a day at the same time. You know? You're done at the same time. And just little things like that maybe you don't really think about them, but they actually make life a lot more easy and a lot more convenient. I'm even thinking about being on a road trip and it's like you both want to stop at the rest stop and go to the bathroom at the same time. it's like you're on the same clock. You could have similar sleeping schedule as well. So there's not this issue of like, I want to go to bed, but you're still awake and you're making noise. It will actually, this sync of your bodies will remove a lot of stresses from your life together that you wouldn't normally think about or something. You could even have a similar diet. Like you're both like sensitive to the same thing, and so you go, you know what I mean? Whereas like if one person has the dietary restriction and the other person doesn't, it could cause nothing major, but just these little things adding up, I think makes your time together a lot more easy. You don't have to explain yourself. The example that just came to my mind is like if someone is vegan, and then it's like every time you get the, why are you vegan? Do you eat fish though? But what if you were on a deserted island? But what about where do you get your protein? It's like you get the same like questions all the time, and it's like you don't have to do all that with this person because they'd be like, oh yeah, me too. I get it. You know? Which that could be for so many different things, right? What else do we need to know about group number 4's union energy? Ooh, we have the Ace of Coins, so you're making money together. It's like building an empire, making money. You have a team. You could be the leaders of a team or just you're like members of a community. I feel like you're very active in your community in some way, like you contribute a lot to your communities. You could be, the word influencer is coming to my mind, which I don't think, I mean, it could be social media influencer, but I think it's more that you influence and inspire people. So whatever field you're in, a lot of people would use the two of you as like a reference, and that could be like in your individual fields if you're in different fields, but I kind of see an overlap in whatever you guys do in the world and kind of being a reference for a lot of people. Charlie XCX, I'm your favorite reference, baby. And you're everywhere, you're so Julia, like that's your vibe. We love a Charlie XCX moment. And then we also have the 8 of Cups. You could also be like really involved in your community in terms of like donating or fundraising or uplifting others in your community. I think you're both very big on giving back and whatever space you're in, leaving that space better for those who will come after you. You could do activism together or just contribute to causes that you care about. And just looking at this ocean, there could be something about marine life or like cleaning up the ocean that is important to you. This could also be a sign of traveling overseas. You could be traveling the world together. What have I not talked about yet? There is this 8 of Cups, which I might have to clarify. You're both moving on from something, you're both over something. There could reach a point in your relationship together where you're both leaving something behind to create something new together. Just one example of this would be like you're both leaving your job to start a business together. It obviously doesn't have to be literally that, or you're both selling your houses to travel the world together and just be nomads. Again, that's just an example, but we're both leaving something behind in our individual lives so that we can start a new journey together. I mean, it could also be something like you're both moving out of your homes and getting a completely brand new home together. Or you're both leaving your home countries to live in a third country. It's like something that is new to both of you, and you're both leaving behind something individually for the fresh new start in this new place together. And that makes it an even playing field. Is that even ground for both of you. Like, for example, let's say you were in different countries. If you were to leave your country to live in theirs, they would have an upper hand or have an advantage. If they were to come to yours, you would have an upper hand or an advantage, which that's fine. I just feel like you're choosing, okay, let's go to a completely other third place. And then it's a new adventure for both of us, and we can discover this completely new thing together. Something like that. Or like, it wouldn't be fair to make you leave your home to move into mine, or vice versa. So let's just get a new house together. That kind of situation. I don't know why I just shuffled another one, but sure. 5 of Wands. Yeah, just to avoid unfairness or to avoid conflict. And it could even be conflict with other people. You know, like your families, for example. Why are you going to live where they are? Why don't you come live over here? And just to avoid all that, I think this is a joke, but I heard like, let's just piss off both of our families and move to some other third place. Or like your families are arguing about how to do your wedding or where to have your wedding, and it's like, psych, we got married at the city hall and like didn't have a wedding. It's like we're pissing off both families equally. So something like that. Or like this family wants you to name your kids this and that family wants that, and you pick some other thing. I think that's enough examples. I think you get the vibe. But yeah, there's a new income source that you're finding together. You're definitely making good money together, and I'm hearing no one can tell you what to do with it. Nobody's taking a cut that you don't have a say in. Interesting message. One of you might have been frustrated before. It's like you were making money and then it has to go to this and this and this, and it's like, I want to decide where my money goes. So you're having more freedom with the money you receive and how you spend your money, having more freedom with your budget. I definitely feel like you're becoming your own bosses. And there's just something about one of you receiving your paycheck and then being like, what is this taken away from it? Why did you subtract this? Or like, what is this like fee or thing that was taken out? And it's like when someone else is managing all that, you don't know what weird stuff they could be doing. The financial freedom you're receiving also has to do with you getting to see everything that comes in and everything that comes out, you getting to oversee that. It's like one of you didn't fully see where your money was going, or why you had to pay a certain amount, or why things cost a certain amount. And sometimes it seemed like an employer was taking off random things, or someone was charging random things, but now you can completely oversee your budget and your income and expenses and all of that. There's no funny business going on with your money. Who is that message for? But yeah, it's like complete control over your work and over your finances. And then we have this Wheel of Fortune as well. I definitely think that both of you, when you are together, you will experience more luck in your life. You will experience more synchronicity in your life. There's a lot of synchronicities between the two of you that it's almost like you never stop uncovering them. You could be years into your relationship and you're still finding all these weird coincidences, like, oh my gosh, we lived on the same street when we were kids, or, you know, stuff like that. I feel like your stories have woven together so many times in the past that, oh my gosh, you were at that concert in 2013 and I was in the front row too. Like we could have been 10 feet away from each other, or things like that. Your stories have crossed paths so much, or you have so much in common, and it's like you'll never finish uncovering all of that. And even when you're together, you already know that you're meant to be together, but the universe isn't going to stop sending you those beautiful synchronicities and those beautiful confirmations that you're meant to be. It's just that this time, instead of seeing the sign alone and longing for your person, you're standing right next to your person and seeing the sign together, and you can just look at each other and smile and be like, oh, the universe has smiled upon us once again. And it's like, universe, we know we're already together, but we love that you keep affirming that and keep affirming that you're with us. So I think you both really believe in a higher power. You both believe in a plan, and the universe talks to both of you. The universe sends signs to both of you, and the fact that you can enjoy those synchronicities together, I think, is a beautiful part of your union. Imagining someone seeing 1111 wherever they go. You know, I used to see that number when I was alone and think that one day I would be led to you, and now we're both together and looking at 1111 together, and it's like full circle moments. Yeah. Okay, so for the last part of this reading, I just looked up and saw 4004, mirroring number. For the last part of this reading, we are going to see the actual journey that you take to your person. And I am going to take reversals for this part. So if we have an upright card, this represents an external part of the journey. So like an action that you are taking out in the world to move towards your person. If the card is in the reverse, then this will be an internal thing. So like a mindset shift, something you're healing, inner work that is leading you to them. I am hearing the word irresistible, like you are irresistible to this person. Something about you, something you do kind of like drives them crazy in a good way. Not like they're annoyed and they're like hot and bothered about it. Okay, we have the Emperor, and I think this is in the reverse. And I feel like you're already in this energy, because we spoke about the Emperor being like, you're in charge of your life. You are calling the shots in your life. You are really stepping into that role as the main character of your own story. And this is something internal. So the journey to union with your person starts with you realizing that you have the power to make changes in your life. You are the most powerful influence in your life. And I feel like that's already the energy that you're in. So you're already on track to this union. I think you may start. There's nothing wrong with looking to the universe or looking to your spiritual team for signs and confirmation, but I feel like group number 4, sometimes you might do this almost as if, like, it's one thing to ask for confirmation, right? But I feel like sometimes it's almost like you're asking the universe for permission to want something or for permission to feel a certain way. It's like, the universe is like, why do you need confirmation that you like this person? Can't you tell? It's like, what do you mean? Or why do you need confirmation that it's like, I like this. Should I move toward? Yes. What do you mean? It comes across more as asking for permission sometimes rather than asking for confirmation. And your spiritual team in the universe is like, you don't need our permission. Like, we're here for you. The universe is literally like, I'm learning about myself through what you desire and what you pursue. It serves me better if what you're pursuing is an accurate reflection of what you desire. Please, if you want something, please go for it. You do not need my permission. Ask for confirmation. You don't need to ask for permission. If you have Aries placements, part of this journey could also be about letting those Aries placements shine through, or harnessing the power of them, or even just of your fire placements. Being a little bit more bold, a little bit more sassy, like we saw with your person. This Emperor, I mean, the Emperor is naked. I just noticed both of these people are barefoot, and I don't know what the significance is of that, but I don't know. Group number 4's journey to union. We have the Knight of Coins, which is coming out in reverse. We have the 5 of Wands, which is coming out in reverse. And we have the 9 of Swords, which is also coming out in reverse. And then at the bottom of the deck, wow, we have the Queen of Cups. So I was just gonna make a comment like, wow, all of this is reversed. Like, so pretty much your journey to union has to do with things going on internally. And then the fact that we have the Queen of Cups on the bottom of the deck, I feel like just really confirms that, because the Queen of Cups, she's all about tapping into your own emotions and tapping into your intuition. So this, first of all, you're already in union with this person internally, in your heart, in your soul. You're already in union, so there's not really a journey. It's you're right there, right now. I also think that maybe your spiritual team wants to affirm to you that union, it's not a place on the map. It's not a destination. It's a feeling that you always have access to. It's like a state of consciousness that you can get in and out of, you know? So it's not really like I'm at point A and I want to get to point B and then I'm going to be in my state of union, the end. It's a consciousness that throughout your life you kind of slip in and out of. You go into union consciousness and then you kind of slip out of it and you're in separation consciousness, and then you get back into your center and you get back into union. In fact, you are in union when you are in your power. When you're embracing your true desires, like that is your union energy. You always are in union with this person. You always have been. My eyes are sweating. So I also think that, you know, you maybe are watching this reading because you want to be like in a physical 3D together relationship with this person, and that's what your definition of union is. So I think in that case, a lot of this is about being in the right frame of mind and being in the right place within yourself, so that when it is time for things to move forward and when it is time to take action, you'll know what to do. Like if we really want to think of union as a place on the map, like if this is where you need to be to get into union and this is your union, you know, like your job is to get here internally, because it will come a time where you receive instructions from the universe to take action. And the universe is going to say, okay, you want to get into union, you have to go one to the right and one up. So like you have to be in this place so that that trajectory works, if that makes sense. You have to be, and I know this analogy is not perfect because union is not a place on the map, but it's like you got to be in the right place internally so that when the time comes to shoot your shot or to make your move or to take your action, you're in the right place to take the action that is required and have it received in the right way. Have it be received in the right way. I don't know how to say that. That's so interesting that all of your journey to union is internal. Which also probably means that a lot of this is up to divine orchestration and divine timing, and that there's not really, it's not really an action that is required from you. It's just be ready, be allowing, so that when the time comes, like you'll know what to do. The Queen of Cups could represent you, but it could also represent your person. So in other readings that you might watch or that you might do for yourself or have done, the Queen of Cups appearing could be like a sign of your union or of you or your person's higher self. So if we go through this, there's a lot of coming full circle and realizing it's like someone being where they're supposed to be already and then doing all this whole detour looking for a destination and then coming back to their starting place and realizing that that was where they were supposed to be. It's like you're realizing the power that you have and then feeling like, okay, it's almost too like you might be treating your inner journey as a to-do list or like a checklist. And I don't want it to come across that way of like, oh, I need to get into this mindset and I need to heal this and I need to do that. And then if I do this and this and this, then I can be with my person. Like thinking of it as tasks to complete rather than just a way of being in a way that you can always be. I hope that this is making sense. It's interesting that in this Knight of Pentacles card, it's a snake, because there's a feeling of like deception and also insecurity. It's like, okay, I stepped into my power and now what do I need to do? And it's like, the second you're like that, you're not really in your power, because you're like, you're trying to like exploit being in your personal power, or like, what do I need to do to show the universe that I completed this step of loving myself, that I completed this step of being in my power? See, I did it, universe, now give me the thing that I want. It's like, please, universe, like that's not, it's like we're kind of missing the assignment. That's not really what being in your power is. I think some of you may have been thinking of your healing journey as a means to an end rather than the healing journey being the point itself and being the destination itself. I think you might get stuck in this like feeling like you need to do this to prove something to yourself, or feeling like you need to do this to prove something to the universe. Like, oh, I took this action, the universe will like that. Or I'm letting go and surrendering, the universe will like that. And it feels like you're like not creating your own story or not empowering yourself. And the more you try to do things because you think that's what will bring you to this person, or like you think the universe will like that and then like reward you because you did the right thing, I feel like that will just lead to more and more frustration and anxiety and overthinking your actions. You might be playing out a dynamic with the universe that that mirrors almost like a traumatic dynamic that you've had with another person. Like if you had, like, let's say when you're a child, you had a parent that it's like you can never do the right thing. You always did something wrong. And so you're trying this and that and this and that to make them proud of you. And then you're kind of still playing out that unhealed dynamic with the universe, or like projecting that relationship that you had with that parent onto the universe, where it's like the universe is this unpredictable, mysterious thing. I never know what will make it happy. I never know what will get me on the universe's good side so that the universe rewards me. Universe, did you like this? Did you like that? What about this? And the universe is just sitting there like, I'm not that. Like, you do what you want to make yourself happy. Like, this is not a test. This is not a transaction. Like, it's not you step into your power because that's what I want you to do and then I'll reward you with something. It's like you step into your power and then you realize that you were the one to make yourself happy this whole time, and I was never judging you. I was never trying to reward or punish you or withhold anything. I was waiting for you to make yourself happy. There's some, like, you've attached some meaning to being with this person physically, which may not be super helpful. Like, and I don't know what it is, but it's like, I don't know, if I end up with this person, that means that I did all the right things or something. I don't know what it is for you. Maybe if you visualize, if you imagine yourself in that, 3D physical relationship with this person, imagine your life like that and ask yourself, what does this mean for me? The fact that I'm with this person, what does that mean? It's like a meaning that you're assigning to it that isn't helpful. And it's not the point. Being in dating this person or being in a relationship with this person, it's not the point. And it's like, if you think that's what union is, you're missing the point. You've been in union with them this whole time. It doesn't matter. You have to let go of what you think the relationship is supposed to look like to be in true, fulfilling union with this person. And like, anxious thoughts are sneaky. They will evolve with you. Anxious thoughts will move the goalpost. So if you're anxious about, what do I need to do to be with this person? What if I don't end up with them? If you're having anxious thoughts like that, they're going to morph with you. So let's say you do end up with this person. Your anxious thoughts will adapt and they'll say, what if I do something to upset them? What if they don't like me? What if they break up with me? They adapt. They're sneaky like that, anxious thoughts. You can't just change something in your external situation and they go away. The root of it has to be solved internally. You have to get to a place where you realize that you're going to be fine no matter what. And none of this is to say that, like, you can't be with this person or you won't be with this person, because we've already seen the potential of what your relationship can be. I think it's just taking the pressure off of a destination that you're supposed to get to with this person, and honestly realizing that that is not the point. There is no point. The point is that you're already together. The point is that you already have a connection. The point is that you're already in union. Like, you don't have to accomplish anything. You're already in it. I think it's just about entirely taking pressure off of the physical form that is your union. When you are putting pressure, you could literally be in like dating this person and be in separation with them, because for this group it's a state of being, it's a state of consciousness. When you're feeling pressure to make the relationship look a certain way in this lifetime in the 3D, you're in separation consciousness. When you accept that no matter what, you're always together, that is your union. So your journey right now is just about getting to a place internally where you feel in your power. And when you feel in your power, you don't take action because you think the universe is going to do this or that about it. You take action because it feels good and because you know you're gonna create the outcome you want. Yeah. And you'll know, like when there's an opportunity to approach this person or to meet this person, you'll know, and you'll be in the right place to take an action for the right reasons that is truly meaningful. I think you don't expect anything of each other either when you're truly in union. Like you love each other unconditionally, no matter what you're doing or where in the world you end up. That nothing would change your love for each other. You want to live out this incarnation freely, because it's only one of your millions of your infinite time together and your infinite lives together. Your souls are not so small-minded like that. I'm sorry if like these messages are hard or harsh, but I feel like your soul knows this deep down. I don't think I'm saying anything that you don't really feel on the inside. Everything is okay. I think you put so much pressure on yourself to do the right thing or to make something happen or to make something look a certain way, and everything's exactly as it should be and everything is okay. I think just releasing the pressure from yourself is the most important thing right now. And if you are putting any pressure on your person, to release that from them too. Or release any expectations. It's only from that place of like complete allowing and freedom. When you're in that energy, that's your union. I hope that makes sense. I think it's something that you need to feel, like to really understand. My eyes are sweating in here. So group number 4. I mean, you know what this connection is. You know what this is. You know that this journey is unique. This group was very different from the other ones. Yeah, this is like a rare connection. You know what it is. So I'm going to end your reading here, and we will take it over to the extended now, where we are going to see, does your person in the 3D currently feel or experience this connection? If so, how do they experience it? If not, how will they reach that place where they recognize the connection with you? We're going to get an honest message from your person and an honest yes or no from them, whatever you would like to ask them. And then finally, we're going to see any other significant events that you should know about your union. We'll be looking at, well, we'll see. I have in my mind to look at this potential like 3D being together in the 3D union that we saw, any like places, events, time frames that you should know about with this. So if that sounds good to you and you'd like to join me in the extended, I'm going to have that linked down below in the description as well as in the pinned comment of this video. However, if you're going to leave the reading here, I want to say thank you so much for letting me do this reading for you. I hope you have a wonderful day or night whenever you're watching, and I wish you all the best. Please take good care of yourself, stay healthy. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you feel like doing that. If you enjoy my content and you'd like to find me elsewhere, I'm going to have linked down below my tarot reading Instagram, my personal Instagram, my Patreon, where you can watch tons of timeless, exclusive pick a card readings just like this one, and you can also decide on the topics for future readings. I will link my music channel, which includes the intro song of this video. That is an original song. I'll also have my latest release link down below. And finally, my vlog channel and my merch, which features the floating temple that was at the start of this video. Thank you guys so much for supporting me, my channel, and anything I do. I really appreciate having you here, and I'm sending so much love to you, to your person, your higher self, your person's higher self, and to your spirit guides, your spiritual team, and all of your loved ones, both here on earth and in the other realms. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye bye.